Hello, everyone. Welcome in to the next episode of our Project Moon tabletop role-playing game. The four former Lobotomy Corporation department heads have fled the grasp of the ring, leaving them to their fate at the hands of the Middle of U Corp. At last, the managers have learned the location of the party ship containing the Golden Bough, and through the ordeals to obtain it, they managed to free the captured little siblings of the Middle and rescue two of the art exhibits from their fate. The four take stock of their resources, their wounds, and their anguish following the horrors they were forced to witness at the hands of the Syndicate. And Merru, now in possession of a certain mirror that gives a glimpse into worlds beyond the manager's own. Still, time waits for no one, and Big Brother Berg, Pryor's former disciple, waits unknowingly for his foes to arrive. To go up against a big brother is a monumental task, and having only a taste of escaping a maestro, there's only one thought on their mind. They better aim true, and they better not miss. Managers, the sun has risen on the next day, and all of you have boarded the boat once more prepared to set sail from Marlin Port. The night before, you dined with the little siblings, all on Smee's tab, of course. And while the couple you rescued remained quiet and nervous, clinging near Pryor's side the whole night, you were able to coax a couple more words from them, learning at the very least their names, Alice and Aiden. The little siblings bid you all farewell and promised to treat the couple with care. But you could all see, I imagine, that terror in their gazes to be left in the hands of another finger, reluctant to part with the big brother who delivered them from damnation. How did each of you feel at the dinner with the little siblings after experiencing the art auction and narrowly escaping from the maestro, who might still be out there? And let's begin with Miix.
Hello everybody. Hello. I'm Miix. I am a Storm Dragon VTuber and I play Miix, the department head of the information team. Well, Miix is it's kind of funny. It's not, they're going through a lot right now. I feel like I say that at the beginning of every session, but they are. I think right now they've kind of got this empty gaze they've had for a little bit, ever since they left the exhibit. I think right now they're just a little lost again. And I think what they really need is some rest. That's honestly what they need. But yeah, well, hopefully they'll be able to get some.
Let's see if they're able to. And Merru.
Yes. Hello. I am the VTuber Merru Online, and I play our resident control team department head Merru. And Merru, for the most part, I would say he's been largely on autopilot since they escaped the ring. He's been doing, whatever he can to not think too much about what he saw inside those shards of the pendant. So he's been doing what he's always done best, which is focusing himself on a task. And usually that task has something to do with resources. So at the restaurant that they all went to, Merru ordered himself what probably seemed to be a strangely large amount of food, given the fact that he barely ate any of it. But he really was just taking advantage of the on that they were paying for that was under Smee's name, to stock up on as much food as Merru believed that they could reasonably eat on the next part of their boat ride, before the food goes bad. And it, that was easier than having to use more of their own rations. And it had the added benefit of him getting to focus on not what happened that past day. And now today, I mean, he he hasn't really slept well yet again, as per usual, but it's pretty hard to tell just by looking at him, considering he's got justitia, the gift over his eyes, his face mask over his nose and mouth. But yeah, so it's a bit hard to tell how he's doing, but he's a bit on edge, a bit. I wouldn't want to say dazed, but he's just trying to not focus on himself right now. So yeah, that's how Merru's doing.
And Prior, how are you doing?
Prior has enjoyed a meal with a group of little siblings. It's been a tough few days to be Prior. The experience at the ring, having successfully rescued at least an exhibit, has only what he thought would make him feel better, what he thought would fill his heart with, at the very least, the satisfaction he was able to do something, has just left a bigger hole in the shape of what he couldn't do, the choices he couldn't make, the decisions that had already been made, a maestro he could not hope to defeat. All the power he had thought was worth gathering that he discarded, now not having it, feeling all the more bare against him. He wants to just think about those they saved, but his mind keeps churning back to those they lost. Those he couldn't save. Those he'll never save. But a leader must bear the weight of obligation. And so Prior steels himself behind the ship wheel, grits his teeth together, feeling them chip and grind against each other, and forces himself to keep walking along the path he started walking long ago. Every road has its end. He will reach this one in due time. He just has to keep putting one foot in front of the other.
And as he does that, Kai, how is Kai holding up?
Hi, my name is Kai Calypso. I play manager Kai, who was a bit more reserved than usual at the dinner with the little siblings. Narrowly escaping death isn't new to him, nor does it really have much of an effect on him anymore, but recovering from the weight of dread on his brain and body, anxiety sat like lead in his stomach, takes a lot out of him. He does regard the two that him and Prior patched up with a slight smile, but is not the most communicative during their meal.
It seems as if those two were appreciative. And now, the four of you are on board the ship. And you all have a moment to converse as you prepare to leave Port Marlin and continue on the next leg of your journey towards the Big Brother.
All right. Prior comes down from the wheel of the ship, having done his pre-sailing checklist. He wipes a liquid off of his hand and leaves the rag over by the stairs. So, last chance. If any of you need anything from Marlin Port, speak now or hold your peace for a long journey ahead.
I've got nothing I need, so.
Nope, think we're all good here.
Let's just go.
I admit I'm looking for any excuse not to, but... You're right. Nothing else is holding us here. Everyone looks a little better physically, but... I feel I would have to... We're away from the siblings now. I wanted to ask... Are we all good to continue this journey now? Today, I mean. I know we're all on a tight schedule, but... This was our first real brush with a true syndicate. And of all the ones, it had to be the ring.
And I don't think waiting around another day will actually do much. We're only procrastinating on getting our job done, so I'd say we just get going.
Right. Well then, I'll weigh anchor and get us out onto the sea. Oh, the lake. Frere shakes his head and turns to head back to the captain's quarters.
Before, I mean, I know it's not quite, the question that you asked, or I guess this isn't really an answer, to anything. I just, and, you know, since he kind of called out to Pryor, he, sort of nods his head in Merru's direction too, and he says, I just wanted to, I mean, I know both of you are always reliable in combat, so it sort of goes without saying, but, I wanted to thank, both of you, a lot for doing the heavy lifting, and getting us through it back there. I was not at my best, and I'm still not quite there yet. I'll try to be soon, but I'm ready to continue going on. But I feel that you two are due some gratitude, so I just wanted you to know that I have gratitude.
Pryor nods his head carefully. It was truly something horrific. And... City be damned, we fought a maestro.
We certainly did.
You did the best you could do. A maestro is no... I am glad it was the ring. They are often... If she wanted us dead, we would have been dead. Too deranged by her own artwork. We made an opening where there shouldn't have been one.
I'm sorry too. I froze up.
It's alright. I mean, we're all here in one piece, so...
I don't. Yeah, just...
Look. The last couple days have been really hard on all of us. The last few weeks. We're almost home. It's the final stretch.
Exactly.
And we'll get through it.
We will.
We have
If we
to,
could take
so-
on a, if we could take down a maestro and a docent, then I'm confident in our abilities. Berg is strong, but we know him far better than we knew what we were walking into with the ring. We'll have the informational advantage. We'll have the tactical advantage. No more surprises.
Right.
Okay.
You've all done exceptionally.
Let's just go.
All right. All right. Pryor looks like he wants to just listen to Miix and go, but there's a moment that his entire body seems to hesitate, and he turns and says, "That docent. They were acting strangely, right? That they kept speaking about things and whether this was the place something happened." And his eyes do like glance over Merru, and then like very tactfully he goes, I guess it's nothing we need to concern ourselves with now. They're gone, hopefully for good. We gave them a good shake-up, and I assume the big brother would have brought it home. Yeah. I'll get us out into the water. We'll have plenty of time to talk. It's not going to be a short journey.
Right, yeah.
Oh, right. And unlike the first leg of the journey, there might need to be a few times where I stop the boat for a while. Just don't assume the worst unless I sound the alarm. And on that ominous note, Pryor will crawl back into behind the wheel of the ship and make the final preparations.
I'm gonna get some rest. Miix says, and they almost stumble towards one of the doors on the ship that leads into the inside, probably lower into the hole, somewhere where there's a sleeping area.
Well, better get settled then.
Kai, I don't know if Merru is planning on getting settled somewhere specific, but Kai will stick with him, kind of like giving him a look instead of outwardly saying that he wants to talk to him. But like, he's probably staring like lasers into the back of Meru's skull.
Merru absolutely can sense that Kai is staring at him. When he turns around, he doesn't get that Kai has something to talk to him about, so he kind of just tilts his head and just goes, yes?
And Kai like almost does like a how do I like a, oh well since you asked kind of gesture. And he'll say, Merru, could I borrow you for just a sec? I know I was a bit quiet at the dinner, and well actually I don't even know if you noticed. Anyway, could I talk to you about all that stuff back there? Kai's trying to like lighten the mood a little bit while he's bringing it up because it's been a very heavy day on all of them.
Merru's silent for a few seconds. But eventually he kind of slightly shrugs a shoulder and goes, I mean, sure. I mean, we're talking now, so I don't see why we can't keep talking.
Kai,
Yeah.
Merru, you both, and Prior as he's preparing the ship, and Miix as they're in the sleeping quarters, you feel a sense of warmth wash over you as you all recover a point of sanity.
Oh.
Oh, that's nice.
And you may now continue your conversation.
That probably gives Kai a little bit of confidence. He continues, I know I already said, back on the boat, when it was just coming back to me, and admittedly, it's all a little bit hazy, since these memories must have been from a really young age. You remember, when I was talking to the docent, I kind of lost my nerve a little bit after talking, saying that I was there before.
Yeah, I remember.
And I was just a kid, and I don't know exactly what they did, but I came back with these weird growth things on my head, and I couldn't eat or sleep right for I don't know how long, and I just had buried it. I don't even remember remembering it. You know? So I'm sorry for freezing up a little bit back then, but I think that's an experience like that would mess up any kid. Like maybe I'm glad that I remember, because it's something that I've talked to you about before. Maybe I wasn't born defective. Maybe I was made that way. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. I just it's a lot, but I'll get through it. And a lot of that is thanks to you, for always being there for me. Genuinely. Friends like you were something that I didn't think I'd get anymore after I stopped escorting. So I just felt like I would feel better externalizing these thoughts, so maybe I could stop spiraling about them, because all they are is memories,
And as Kai is talking, obviously Merru is listening, as he does. When Kai specifically mentions their friendship being something that's helped Kai, and just the way Kai spoke about him, his eyes kind of widened behind Justicia. He wasn't expecting to hear that. For a moment, when he glances at Kai, it's briefly like he's seeing somebody else, but then he just kind of glances away, but nudges Kai's arm with his shoulder and says, I am glad I could help you. When we were fighting that docent, when I killed him, what I was hoping for was that whatever you were dealing with, that him not being around would help you. So I hope it did.
So sweet. Sorry, that's out of character. Kai is very touched by that. And he'll nudge Merru back and say, I didn't know. No, I did know. Just how considerate you can be of others. You know, I might still be processing things, but knowing that at least that person can't hurt anyone anymore did make me feel better. And the fact that you were thinking of me really means a lot when you were doing so, because I know that all of this is a burden on you, and that you would take on some for me. And Kai can't quite find the words to express his gratitude, so he moves on and he says, but speaking of you, and what you had to do, are you feeling all right? Do you have anything you want to talk about?
Am I okay? I'm.
You just seemed a little shaken earlier.
It's hard. It's hard to explain. I'm fine. And Merru, he wants to talk, but it's like there's something, kind of like something stopping him at the moment, and he goes, I don't know how to explain it yet, but I'm fine. I can still do what I need to do, and once we're done here and we can go back, then everything will be fine. So I'm fine. It was just a hiccup.
And Kai looks a little unsure, but he will respond, well, I trust you implicitly. So if you say that it's okay, then it's okay. But if you change your mind, and I'm the person for you to talk to, I'm always here. I hope you know that.
Right. No, I know that. Yes. Thank you.
And thank you. No, sorry. You continue.
No, Merru didn't. He kind of a little embarrassed looks away. But he doesn't really have anything else to say.
Kai also doesn't have anything else to say, and he just used up all of his good at communication points. Well, thanks, thanks for that.
There is a loud horn that interrupts this touching moment
Thank God.
from the captain's quarters. And Crier says, "Grab hold!" And with that, the entire deck seems to shift violently as Pryor basically does the ship equivalent of like a Tokyo drift out of the port. And just guns this ship like into like a donut. It's like the nose dips up slightly, and then he's just like off like a bullet into the sea.
Oh my god.
Not even a little bit relevant to the story. 110% Kayamaru just slammed into a wall.
Oh, absolutely. Merru is he is holding on to the side of the boat right now. He's like, I'm gonna get sick again.
Oh.
But he's okay. He'll be okay.
And as the boat peels out of the harbor and out onto the lake,
Mr. DM.
yes, I was about to ask, how is Miix doing?
Well, let's talk about someone who isn't okay. Miix. Miix ain't doing great. I think we sort of see Miix, you know, the ship has set sail, and they're in the hull of the ship, and they kind of just sort of stand in the hallway for a bit. They look exhausted. I mean, all of them are exhausted, but Miix, definitely looks a lot different from how they started out. Their hair's pretty messy. Their makeup's kind of smudged, and they have, the bags under their eyes. They just look tired. And so they make their way over to where the rooms are. Seems like they have some bunk beds. And Miix just finally sits down on one of them. And they kind of just slump a bit, Not like relaxing, but they kind of just like a lot of the tension that was there, they kind of just let it wash over them. And they just kind of let it happen. Let the exhaustion win. As they then lean back into the bed. They shuffle a bit. They don't get under the covers. Too tired for that even. And they close their eyes. I think it's a moment where if I may, I think the audience can hear Miix's thoughts.
Absolutely.
They start out with a thought. Everything we've seen. All of that. And now we're here. Just like that, I guess. And I'm here in this room. By myself. Okay. I'm just a... I'm not being paranoid, am I? Did they they even did that even affect them? It did, right? They just went, they got dinner and we're talking normally after all that. No, but it's fine. I know they're dealing with it. I know it's not, they're not, it's not like they're heartless. They're not. I wish one of them would ask something. I mean, that doesn't really happen. It's not really their fault. When was the last time someone actually talked to me? Like, actually talked to me? I don't even remember. But that doesn't count. It's not really. Kinda just accepted my word at face value. And that's not his fault. It's my fault. I don't know. Fuck, this is too much. Gotta get some sleep. Gotta get some sleep. And Miix, after a while, drifts off to sleep. And if I may, I think from here we move on to a dream. If I may, Mr. DM.
Yes, go for it.
Miix opens their eyes again after a moment. And they realize that someone else is in the room with them. They don't necessarily react, but the other person we can see is leaning against a wall opposite to Miix. They have their arms crossed and they have a scowl on their face. And in the dim lighting of the room, half of their face is illuminated by it. And we can see the face of who that figure is, and it's Miix. It's another Miix, but this one doesn't look like how Miix does now. This Miix looks different. They look like how they did in the facility, with their dyed purple hair and blue highlights. They lack the scales of ice on their cheek. They aren't wearing the same gear. They're wearing Frost Splinter's ego suit. And the other Miix speaks and says they really are the worst. And Miix pauses and they frown and say, "What? Who are you talking about? Who are you?" "You know who I'm talking about. Come on, don't play dumb," the other Miix says, pushing themselves off of the wall and stepping a little closer towards the bed. A Miix responds, No, they aren't. Oh, okay, sure. All right, I see how we're playing it. What do you? They're so not the worst. Definitely not. Yeah. They what? Understand? And the other Miix begins to pace around the room, waving their hands around. Care? No, they don't. None of them do. They're all selfish. They only care about how they feel. That's like Prior? Huh? You gonna say that Prior cares? Right. The control freak that won't let a single thing go without his say-so. The guy who doesn't give a damn about how you feel as long as he feels in control. He doesn't even listen to us. We try to point out what he really is. A selfish, egotistical control. That's not true. And this time, Miix sits up in their bed and they shake their head. He cares. He's trying to do good. He just wants to keep the people he cares about safe. And right, the other Miix says, turning towards Miix and stepping closer to the bed yet again. His family. Since when did we ask to be a part of that? Because I sure as hell don't remember wanting to be a member of his little flock, and I sure as hell don't want to end up as a mindless drone following orders. Prior is just doing what is best for us. It's not evil. And I'm not a... Speaking of mindless drones, Kai. Good old Kai, the loyal lapdog that doesn't have the guts to try and do anything on his own. A coward that just sits back and watches everyone else fight, but doesn't ever have a say because he's a spineless coward. He isn't scared. He helps us all. Keeps us together, Miix says, their grip on the sheets tightening. He talks to all of us. He cares about his own self-satisfaction, maybe. But all he'll give us is a pat on the shoulder. Maybe a sympathetic glance if we're lucky. He doesn't care about us. Be more than happy to ignore us in favor of his Lord Prior or his best friend Merru. He's strong. Trying his best for the people he cares about. And Merru! Let's talk about him! The guy who loves to act self-righteous, but can't do a damn thing without anybody else. You know, he'd be dead without us. So isn't it funny how he gives everyone shit about meaningless things? But whenever it comes to him doing anything, all he's good for is shooting people and keeping watch. You're not being fair. He cooks. He's a good listener. He's a waste of space, frankly. He throws temper tantrums. He acts like he's had a hard life. He has the gall to criticize us when he's a street rat who can barely read and write. Don't you dare! And Miix finally steps off the bed, staring daggers at the other Miix. He's been through hell and back, and he's trying his best with the hand he's been dealt. They all are. Okay? They're all dealing with the same things we are. Maybe worse. We don't get to say those things about them. We don't have the right. Oh. Okay. So, and the other Miix grins and steps away, walking towards the other wall with their hands behind their back. No, you're right. I see it now. It's not them that's the problem. And then they spin around and point straight at Miix. It's you. You're the problem. What? I mean, isn't it obvious? Look, just think about it. You're a sniveling coward. You hate to take responsibility for your actions. You argue constantly with the others because you want so desperately to be in the right for once. You're a spoiled nestborn that doesn't have the guts to face the reality of this world. Do I have to list anything else? Because I can go on. You what, huh? You what? You're not a coward? Because I'm pretty damn sure the only reason you even spoke with the funeral was because you were too damn scared to face the reality of having to kill people. And speaking of that, isn't that funny? What do you mean? I mean that you're so scared of death, of dying, of killing. Because last I checked, you've already killed so many people. All of the agents in your department that you sent to all those abnormalities, having the highest death rate. I mean, you're a pretty effective mass murderer. All you, bud. And Jessica, you killed her. And that's not even mentioning him. Don't you dare. And Miix's hands are curled up into fists, turning white. Dare what? Mention him? 'Cause you killed him. You did. That blood is on your hands. You're too much of a coward to admit it. You can't handle responsibility. You can't handle the fact that maybe, just maybe, you're a bad person. I'm not bad. Oh my God, yes you are. Get over it. You're a terrible person. That's what you have been, that's what you are, and that's what you will be. You know, and the other Miix kind of raises their hands in defeat. At least our father had a way to be a bad person and still achieve his goals. Have you done anything to achieve anything that you want? Huh? No. Huh? No. What? Huh? Yeah, you know what? Maybe he was right. We should be more like him. Maybe it's time to face reality. that this isn't a fairy tale, that it's better to be a bastard in a place like this. At least we'll actually be something, be somebody. We'll actually get things done. Huh? Did you ever think about actually doing something like that? Or are you just satisfied being a sniveling little coward who hides in the corner every time anything remotely difficult comes up? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You're the one that's self-righteous. You're the one that's a coward. You're the one that's a control freak. You keep projecting all your flaws on the world, all your flaws on the other people. Huh? You haven't realized that? Really? You haven't? At all? God. You know, you're the reason we're in this pile of shit. That we're on this boat, that we're on this journey, instead of finding a way to actually, I don't know, do anything of note. We're just glorified errand boys. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of being scared. I'm sick of being too cutlass to take control. I'm sick of having to be satisfied with being a little drone that follows whatever those three want. I'm done with that. We're done with that. You're just... You're just a nightmare. You're not real. You're look at me. And the other Miix grabs Miix by the collar and slams them against one of the walls. Look at me. I am you. I'm you. Just shut up. And Miix has tears streaming down their cheeks. I just shut up already. And they reach down towards their holster and they try to grab at Solemn Lament, but it's not there. And they simply reach around and grab one of the lanterns on one of the bedside tables, and they grab it and they smash the other Miix on the head. And the two begin to fight. We see kicks and slams and punches fly as the two begin to tear into each other. The lights begin to dim, and all we can see are the shadows that move around the room. We can't even tell which Miix is which anymore. All we can see is eventually one of the Miix collapses to the ground. Again, we can't tell who. The other Miix grabs one of the shards of glass from the broken lantern They grip it in their hand. And they proceed to stab down into the other Miix's body. Blood begins to pool under body. And once again, we don't know which one is victorious. The survivor stumbles back into the wall and then just slumps down onto the floor. And then Miix wakes up and jolts as they sit up in bed. Sweat is pouring down their face as their hand hovers over their neck, their body. It was just a nightmare. It was just a nightmare. It was just a nightmare. It was just as Miix is unsure of what to think. They again allow us to be privy to their thoughts. I'm not. It's not. Wasn't me. That wasn't. They're not. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's not them. It's not them. It's not them. It's Huck. And Miix slowly takes in a deep inhale and then an exhale. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. But the thing that bothers them the most, they don't know which Miix won. They don't know. They don't know. Not even the audience knows. And
Man.
that scene.
As Miix is struggling below deck in the sleeping quarters with themselves, time continues to pass on the lakes, the colors of the lake surface changing as the journey continues. Merru, Kai, you two, I imagine, I don't know what you two have been up to as the boat has continued to sail, but...
Well, if Merru's been seasick, he's probably leaned over it while Kai's patting him on the back, trying to help him not vomit. I don't think they're really up to much.
Yeah, no. At best, Merru eventually sits down to keep himself grounded the best he can, but yeah, not much.
And as you all pass from one lake to the next, prior as you come up upon the next lake, you know that this is one where you have to wait a bit before you can continue on.
Prior drops the anchor, sounds the horn to let everyone know that they are stopping, and he pulls himself out of the tiny little room he sequestered himself into. He knows, as much as he doesn't want to leave it, he is going to need to stretch out, he is going to need to go for a walk, he is going to be on his feet for a long time. Take what moments you can to rest. And I suppose at first he'll go for a little wander around the deck, take a look out at how the lake looks. Hopefully he doesn't see anything that's abnormal. And, well, take stock of the area for a moment before he makes any decisions.
At the moment, nothing seems out of the ordinary, for the Great Lake at least. You can see fog rolling in, but you know that's normal in parts of the lakes.
He takes a moment to kind of lean over the side of the ship, take in through his nose that salty, cleansing, burning sensation of being that close to the water. And after a moment, he rubs his eyes with the palms of his hands, trying to ward away some of the fatigue and feelings that have been clinging to him like mold the last little while. That rather painfully sounding, he cracks his back aggressively and letting out a short, sharp sigh of relief. He'll see if he can spot anyone on the deck.
Oh, and I will say, as he goes to look out over the deck, we did have a particular redeem. All of you do feel a warm light wash over you as you recover a point of sanity damage that you've lost. So you can all
Prior
go
takes a moment to acknowledge this light he constantly feels, and it's strange. It's not unpleasant. It's not alien. He doesn't think much on it. As he shakes himself off and feels the weight on his mind lighten ever so slightly, he gets the idea, you know what? Prior's gonna go see if he can find Merru.
He can,
Yes.
I imagine.
Yeah, Merru's, like I said, he's sitting against the side of the boat, trying to keep himself from feeling nauseous again.
Prior is going to head over to where Merru is sort of leaned over the rail and sort of take up a position beside him.
Did you need something?
Can't say I need much right now, but I did want to have a word with you.
Sure, I guess.
First, a piece of advice. If you're really struggling, try and keep your eye on the horizon. It shouldn't move, and it gives you something solid to stare at as you try and find your equilibrium.
No, the amount of times I've heard that on this trip.
Secondly, I want to talk about what happened back in the supply room with the docent and their necklace.
Mm. Uh. Um. Right. What? What did you want to know?
Everything would be nice, but I'll settle for a more specific query. You just kinda... The light came out of that little device as you opened it up. Couple seconds, maybe a minute or two passed, and suddenly you were gibbering like you had, like you'd just been struck in the back of the head. Or worse, spent a little bit too much time working with old lady.
Mm. Right. Yeah. And Merru thinks about how a little while ago Kai had asked him sort of about what happened and how he wanted to share but then didn't. Like he felt like he couldn't at the moment because he doesn't want to think about it. But I mean, he's being asked about it again. And I think at this point he realizes that he probably should say something now. I mean, Pryor saw how he was acting up close. And he really doesn't want to let Pryor come up with his own conclusions about what happened, so I think he'll let out a sigh and he'll go, I guess I should try and explain myself. It's the least I could do. You did help me, so, well, in truth, the little spotlight in that pendant, it like flashed at my eyes, and there were these little shards of like a mirror on the other side of it, and I forgot who I was. Like, genuinely, it's strange. I'd show you what I mean, but I don't want anyone else to see it too. It was really weird. It was like everything went dark, and then all of a sudden I was surrounded by a bunch of how do I word it? It's like me, but different. It was almost like a hallucination, but it felt way too real for it to have just been that. Like, imagine being surrounded by yourself over and over, except it all goes wrong, and well, I don't I don't think I can properly explain all of that. But I mean, that's probably, if I had to guess, what happened as well with the docent. I mean, like you said, he kept saying things about other worlds and futures and outcomes, and it made no damn sense, but and he pauses for a second and stares out at the horizon and says, it really felt like there were these other realities. Things played out differently. It's like watching like the ghosts of everyone that I could have been, like, playing out before my eyes. I didn't like it. And I got to a point where I couldn't remember which one was me. That probably sounds like I'm going insane, and I promise you I'm not. Well, no, I'm not.
Pryor absorbs this, and there's no mocking or doubt in Pryor's eyes. He is taking what Merru was saying at face value. What Merru does see is puzzlement. Pryor has not heard of something like this before. The disbelief is a is not an is this exist, it's a how could this exist? And what does it mean that it does? You'd always heard. Butterflies and hurricanes. Butterfly flaps its wings and somewhere, eventually, a hurricane forms off the wind gust. There's a world where it happens, and a world where it doesn't. I'd always heard people theorize that such things could exist. But so could a lot of things that don't. A new singularity? Then why would the ring have access to it is the question. Yuna would have mentioned if a new corp had risen with that kind of tech. Why? For what purpose? What kind of power could such an item possess? It didn't look like they were using it as a weapon, though.
I don't... I wish I knew. He just had it around his neck like a decoration, so...
He'd clearly looked into it himself, as you said. Could it be a way to, predict the future?
Maybe. I didn't see... I don't think I saw anything of the future of what could be here. I mean, I saw... I did see... You were there a couple times, but not you. It was you, but different you. I don't think I saw anything that was just us as we are now. I don't think I did, at least.
One of me is enough of me for this entire world and every other one, thank you very much.
I agree.
I'm glad we agree on that. Well, whatever it was, it shook up your mind pretty badly. I'm glad my expertise of dealing with these things was able to help you out, but...
Right. Yes, again, thank you for that, but just, I don't want you thinking that I'm, like, suddenly gonna not be okay. Like, I am fine. You can just pretend like you never saw me like that or something. It was a momentary lapse in something, I don't know. I'm fine, really. I can keep doing my job. It's not gonna affect me, and no one else is gonna touch the pendant, and it's all fine. It's fine.
As a leader, I want you to know that that is a deeply, deeply concerning answer, and that every single one of my instincts is screaming at me, quite frankly, to do something more than just leave this at that. But you're walking your own road, Merru. And part of how we've been able to get along so well is that I know that I can't control you.
Right.
You'll do what you think is best. You're not my subordinate. Though you choose to follow me so long as I don't overstep my bounds. Consider this me respecting yours. So long as you agree to keep listening to me if and when I feel it does become a problem.
Well, fine.
Prior offers his hand.
Merru will kind of side-eye that for a second, but hesitantly, take his hand.
Prior shakes Meru's hand firmly. Couldn't do this without you, Manager Merru. Glad to have you on my side.
Same here.
Good luck. Prior gives him a curt nod. And you can see there the word dismissed is bubbling up through his throat like a burp he's trying to hold down. And he just coughs into his hand and goes, I'll be on my way.
Right.
And Merru, do you say anything else or do you let him leave?
Nah, Prior, not, well, Merru lets Prior leave, yeah. He doesn't have anything he wants to say. He's gonna go back to looking at the horizon so he doesn't make himself sick.
And Merru, as you stare at the horizon, for a moment, you swear you see it move.
Oh? Okay.
Well, maybe it was just a trick of the light. And Prior, where do you go off to next?
Well, that conversation went much better than Prior had anticipated, and it actually gives him a little hope for where he has to go next, which is down to the ship's crew cabin, because he and Miix need to have a conversation about the feathers.
Absolutely. You head down, and please, you're able to find Miix there. What state does Prior find Miix in?
Miix actually finds Prior. Somehow I've slipped characters I'm playing. I meant Prior finds Miix. Restart. Prior finds Miix set up in their bed, and they're actually writing in a notebook. The whatever Miix is writing, it's not really shown. They're just writing something. And they look up. Does Prior knock or just steps in?
Prior does knock, because like I said, I imagine the door is up at the very top, so it wouldn't really carry down. Prior does knock on the side of the staircase as he's coming down. Sort of, he's already making it. He's not asking for permission more than he's making Miix aware with enough time to stop him if they need to as he comes down.
Yeah. Miix rubs one of their eyes. Hey. They say.
Manager Miix. Hope you got some rest.
Yeah. Well. Better than anything I've gotten recently, so.
Some people don't like sleeping on the water, but I find it actually quite relaxing.
You've, You likes to sail?
Used to love it. Well, no, that's, I guess that's saying too strongly my feelings on it. I didn't find it unpleasant. Actually, well... You know, when I was very, very young, I wanted to build my own boat.
Yeah?
I'd call it the SS Former. And I said I'd make it from one end of U Corp to the other, and I'd slay a calamity with my own hands. No, I'd chain it up and ride it back to shore so that it could become a real member of the Middle.
Did you ever end up making your own boat?
No. No, by the time I got to U Corp, I was already promoted far too high for that to be my responsibility. Besides, why would the Middle make something when they could take it? Just more convenient.
Do you
More
still
rational.
want to?
Well, the reason I wanted it is a foolish, childish dream, and I'm far too old to be pursuing those kinds of things, not when I have the rest of you to make sure I help first and foremost.
I feel like it's dreams from your childhood that are probably some of the most important, you know? I think it'd be
When we're
nice.
children.
Making your own
When
boat.
When we're children, we have all the freedom in the world to dream. No obligations, no responsibilities. I think you and I are the only two people who experience that. It's nice, isn't it? To have somewhere you can go back to in your mind before all of this.
I think everybody gets to dream.
Yeah.
Which is probably more cruel than it is good, but I think everybody has a dream. But you didn't answer my question.
Ooh, holding me to account, are you?
Well, I think that other self of yours would be sad to know that he never got to make his ship in the end.
He'd be sad for a lot of things I've done. Not building a boat, I think, would, not rank very highly. Besides, all the people I'd want to sail with are, a long-distant memory. And I think if I put Merru on another boat, he would sink it. With his own two hands.
Huh.
I just don't have... When this is all over, I'll be needed back at the facility. The clerks need me. The people will need me. The responsibility will need me. I lost my chance to build a boat. Actually, no, I never had one to begin with. It just wasn't on the path I was destined to walk. And that's fine. I'll find happiness somewhere else. You know? You go far enough down any road, and there's gotta be something worthwhile at the end.
Well, I hope that, I hope one day you have enough time to end up making a boat after all.
Well, what was your dream, Miix? Huh? You can't sit here and interrogate me on wanting to build a boat if You're not gonna tell me what stupid thing you wanted to do when you were young?
Miix, before you do answer, both of you feel that warm light again, and above deck, Kai and Merru do as well, as your wounds seem to heal.
Nostalgia's a warm feeling, huh?
Somewhat, yeah. I guess if you wanted me to tell you what my dream was, tough. I had a lot I wanted to do. There's a lot that I needed to do, but I think more than anything, I wanted to wanted to grow up into someone that I could be proud of. I think. You know? And they think about their conversation with Ange a while ago. And they say, you ever think about how we forget so many things? Like, play along with me. Will you remember this moment? You probably will because we're talking about it now, but like, in the future, 10 years from now, will you remember what you did yesterday? Or how other people smile when you come home?
Well, I can't remember what I've never experienced, but I'll play along, though I fear you're asking perhaps the one person in this city who definitely will.
Maybe.
Most people won't.
But even for you, you still have to sift through those memories. You don't just remember everything immediately. And even
sometimes I do lose one or two. It's not common, but more than just time can eat away at the scenes in your head.
Right. And even, I guess for someone like me, even just a week from now, those memories will have gone away probably. Isn't that kind of scary? Like, what if you forget things about yourself? Things that are really, really important. That's what I was scared of when I was little. I didn't want to grow up, really. I was scared I would forget the kind of person I wanted to become and become someone totally different. I didn't want that. All the adults around me, even the ones that treated me well, they were scary. You know? And they were violent. And I didn't want to become like them. And I thought, you know, maybe I would turn out a way that would make some people sad. So I wanted to try my best. Make sure that didn't happen. That I'd grow up into someone that I wanted to be. Or maybe somehow I could prevent myself from changing into something that I didn't want to be. I don't know if I can face that version of me now. And I don't know what I'd say. I don't know. I don't know. I guess that was my dream. Not growing up, which guess for pretty obvious I didn't end up fulfilling that one. Can't really stop time. Can't really stop yourself from becoming the type of adult you didn't want to end up becoming. Still figuring things out, though.
Pryor looks strangely uncomfortable with this conversation. Not in like a sense that Miix has said something wrong, but there's just something like something about this that plays on something that hits closer to Pryor than he would like to admit. And he just clears his throat and goes, well, don't I feel like the simple fool for wanting to build a boat? Not, sorry you went through that. Sorry you, yeah.
Sorry.
No need to apologize. I asked. Yeah, right, well. Look, I did just come down here for a reason.
Yeah.
No need to help. Pryor is trying to push this conversation along. It's hit on something very deep in Pryor, and he is trying to brute force away from whatever this topic is.
Yeah.
Thank you. Listen, if this demonstrated anything, we do tend to share a lot in common, Manager. Back at Marlin Port, you made it very clear you don't want the Feathers traveling back to the facility with us. And I expected to face some resistance, but I didn't expect to face it from you. We've normally been pretty aligned, I think, on the cruelty of this city and the need to do our part to not be participants in it. I'm concerned that we might not be seeing eye to eye in this anymore, and I guess I wanted to ask if you're starting to see things differently than I thought you did.
Miix finally closes their notebook at that. I see. Well, part of that was I wasn't in the best mindset when we left the art exhibit. Pretty rattled. Part of it was just I didn't want to think about even having another person with us because I was just so shell-shocked. It It was just a pretty rash thing of me to say. But I'm not sure. Still. I don't know. I understand why. But I guess there's a part of me that's still a little unsure, I guess.
Wow. Okay, I'm glad to hear that we're still in mostly agreement on these things. I understand your concerns. As the tactical advisor slash strategic leader of this expedition, I want to make sure that when decisions are made, I'm making them with a knowledge of what everyone's limits and desires are. I don't want us to look weak.
Miix pauses. Prior... What are you trying to say? I think it'd be best for the both of us if you were just upfront, and I won't take offense, I promise. I'm just
Me
not
asking
sure.
to rescue the feathers was very much a formality. There was no world where I was leaving them there. There is no world where we are leaving them there. They will not survive out here in U Corp, far away from home, in an unfamiliar territory. We'd be signing them to death. I just wanted to make sure that, I did not expect an immediate resistance of that level. And I want to make sure that going forward, there is an understanding of when tactical calls like that are made in the field. That's the way we are playing things, as it is my job to make those kinds of calls in the field.
Did the other two agree to this? If it's a majority decision, then I'll go with it, but...
A majority decision, I mean... I have been placed, and though I at many times gave opportunities for it to be otherwise, it has been pretty clearly put that for lack of using the fancy terminologies, the shot caller, I'm leading this expedition. The majority vote was the decision to put me in this role. I don't see why I would consult Merru or Kai specifically on the nature of a decision within my purview to make.
I don't think we can do that anymore.
Why not?
I understand. I understand where you're coming from. But I don't think we can just ignore everybody. I don't think you should be making these decisions alone anymore. I think we have to do group votes. We have to do majority rules. I understand the want to keep things going along and not wanting to be bogged down by debate, but the way we've been going has just been through listening to one person, and I know it's been a struggle, but I think democracy works. I think it'd work better for us. You've been dealing with a lot, and I doubt they'll go against you. I doubt I will. You make good decisions. You bring up good points. But at the end of the day, it has to be all of us. You know, that's how democracy works.
Friar is definitely listening. There's a moment that he looks deep right into your eyes, Miix. And he goes, "That's how democracy works."
Yeah.
All right. I have a lot to say. A lot I can say. A lot I could say.
Mm-hmm.
But before anything else, what the fuck is a democracy?
It is a... To oversimplify it, it's just a way of making decisions that involves everybody voting. And whatever the popular vote is, we go with. So if it's ever 3 out of the 4 of us, then we do it.
So you didn't make that word just up right now. That's a
No.
real word that real
The real
people
world.
use.
Yep.
For the first time ever, you see the backstreets in Prior as he, like, genuinely has never heard that term before in his life. And as he looks down and rubs his brows, he goes, "What a stupid fucking system. What? Everyone votes?
Yeah.
That just turns every decision into a popularity contest. I should be making the decisions about squad leadership just in the same way that I wouldn't vote on how Merru should line up his shot, or I wouldn't vote on how I... Listen, if we voted... No,
You don't have to shout at me. I'm speaking to you normally. Please don't shout at me. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, is Merru saying mine? Democracy sounds like a awful system. Just as I would not tell you how to hack a system, I don't see why I should have a say in how you do the job that you are most skilled at doing. Just as I don't see why Kai should need to have a say in me doing what my path in life makes me good at doing. So long as we have cohesion, we should each be tyrants of our own road, because that is how we make swift, effective decisions. In the middle, one does not question their superior, and their superior has an obligation to the best interests of those beneath them. Any other system of popularity would eliminate those with the most merit rising to the top, and instead simply allow those who were the most charismatic to take a role that they would otherwise be wildly unqualified for.
I understand, but in this group, I think the system would work quite well. We aren't a giant body of dozens or even hundreds. We're just 4 people. And we're personal to each other. We're colleagues. We can talk things out as a group, and we can make decisions as a group. Are you so worried that the others won't listen to you? As I've said before, prior, you make good decisions. You generally have a good head on your shoulders. I don't think people usually disagree with you. But I think it's important to give everyone a say. I don't think we can do a dictatorship anymore.
Miix, you trust me so little that you think I need that kind of a leash on doing what I've already done. My concern is not that I wouldn't have the votes. I doubt you would find much of a situation in which Kai would disagree with me on anything. All you're introducing is gridlock into the system. If we cannot, for whatever reason, be in a 2v2 situation, nothing happens. We don't swap tactics. We get stuck voting. We are all very stubborn people. That is why being in a leadership position has been so effective for us so far. We may hold wildly different beliefs, but so long as I can exert power and am given the right to do so, none of you have to listen to me. To be clear, if all three of you were to disagree with me, it would be the same as a democracy. I can make all the orders I want, and it doesn't matter if no one would listen to me. You're the ones who empower me to make those decisions. That's why I'm coming to you now to talk about it, so I know in the future what decisions I can make that will be the most pleasant for everyone. I don't see why a leash on my ability to do the job I need to do is effective unless you are displeased with my performance as a leader, and if so, I am more than willing to hear feedback and criticism.
I think you have performed poorly at times. You have, and I think you'll admit that yourself.
I would agree with you wholeheartedly.
And I think it's because you put too much on yourself. And I think other people need to have a say. I know Merru has been wanting to be heard. I know Kai has things that he can offer, insight that he could give himself. And I don't think they should just be relegated to advisors. I think they should have an actual say in anything we do. We can't go back to being a dictatorship. We can't. And if you want to go ahead and still do things on your own, then that's fine, but at that point we're all doing our own thing. And there's no order in that. I think it's just for the best. As we move forward, we just talk to each other. I'm not gonna argue about this with you, really.
All
I
right.
don't think there's a point. I think
You're
we're just
absolutely
gonna be
correct.
doing group decisions from now on.
No, Miix. I don't think we will be, actually. Because if you want that to happen, you're going to need to convince both Merru and Kai to change their perspective. If you all come to me and you say we're doing group votes, I won't have any power to stop you. If I want to maintain the order and get you all home safe, which is my only desire, to make sure that we move as a unit, we do what is right and what will ultimately be the best for our shared objectives, visions, and the good of the city and our souls, then I will continue to do so. If I am presented with the fact that everyone else wants to make everything a group vote, then the only way I'll be able to do the most rational, logical thing, which is what I have always tried to do, is through group vote, it seems. So when you get everyone else to overthrow me and put in this democracy, it was democracy, right? I'm genuinely not mocking you. I'm actually, this is like my fourth time hearing the word. Democracy.
It doesn't have to be extreme. We don't have to do a group decision over everything, but I think for the important things we should prior. And I just don't want you taking everything on yourself anymore.
Kids these days.
Prior, you're burning
All
out.
right. I have been burning out for a majority of my lifetime. I clearly have far more wax left to melt than you would give me credit for. I am not upset at you. You are acting, I'm sure, in the rational way that your path dictates you do. I will abide by whatever is necessary to make sure I get you back home to the facility safe, and I don't leave people who I see suffering to die. And if you want to put obstacles on my path to do so, I will deal with them as I have dealt with every other obstacle in my path. I will not stop you. I will not threaten you. I am letting you know that whatever you decide to do, I will deal rationally with the consequences of your actions.
Prior.
Yes.
I understand you're doing this for a good reason. You've got good intentions. I appreciate that. But you can't keep doing this to yourself. That's all I just want you to really consider.
I acknowledge what you are saying. I appreciate you bringing these concerns to me. I have not always been the greatest leader, but I put people on a path that brings them to their destination safely. So long as that holds true, I will not deviate. I have my own will.
Are you justifying that to me or to yourself?
Suppose time will tell, won't it? Thank you very much for this discussion, Miix. I appreciate you sharing your concerns with me, and I think you are doing a fine job living up to what you believed. That is not sarcasm. I'm aware I am not a good man, but I am trying to become a better one, and I appreciate any opposition. I don't need yes men. I just need people who are going to do what the right thing is when the right time comes. Though I would appreciate it if they did it on my orders. But, well, no reason to circle back around. And Prior taps the side of the bed twice with his knuckle as he stops leaning and makes his way towards the stairwell, sort of deciding, as he often does on his own, that the conversation has reached a point where Prior doesn't see much value in continuing it.
Miix.
If you need anything, Miix, you know where to find me.
Miix watches as Prior leaves, and they consider how Prior looked. The look in his eye. They seem worried. Worried about him. And then they think about something they haven't really thought about before. Prior seemed uncomfortable when Miix talked about their own dream. But it's still not time for Prior to tell Miix his story. So it's just another mystery that they won't hear the answer to until the time is right. And they open up their notebook again, and they begin to write more of whatever they're writing.
And as they do, all of you feel that light again wash over you, healing any lasting wounds that you may have. And the boat is stuck for a while longer, waiting here. But I believe, as you all are, is there anything that the managers would like to talk about? Anything that they would like to address that they haven't yet with one another?
Oh,
Felt a
wait,
bit
actually. See, now that's a good point. I'd completely forgotten about this. I think actually Miix needs to go find Kai, because they need to talk about how they're gonna approach everybody about Vienna and Rennie, everybody being Prior and Merru. So I think before they do that big group discussion, they're gonna do a little huddle up. So Miix is probably sometime after. I don't know how long you want time to pass, maybe an hour or so. Mr. DM.
Yes, I would say about maybe an hour's gone by when Miix has been writing. And I think it occurs to Miix that there was a certain encounter that can't go ignored.
Yeah, it's not now so much that they forgot. They just... It's been in the back of their mind, and they haven't really felt ready until now. But it's time to talk. And so they close their book one last time, put it against the bedside table, and they step out of the cabin and go look for Kai wherever he is.
And Kai, where does Miix find you?
Gosh, I don't imagine it was hard for Miix to find Kai since Merru probably wandered off on his own after Prior pulled him aside. Merru probably wandered off on his own after Prior pulled him aside, so he's just been out watching the water during this time.
Hi.
And he hears Miix approach and say his name and turns around. Hi, you doing all right?
Yeah. What about you?
I mean, I guess I've been better, but you know, all things considered, we got out and we'll keep going, you know? That's all we can do.
Yeah. We need to talk.
I assumed no less.
Could we just somewhere less out in the open?
Yeah, sure. Lead the way.
Yeah, let's just... And Miix will actually take him back to the cabin. Just a nice secluded area where there aren't a lot of people.
If that's okay, Mr. DM.
If that's okay, Mr. DM.
Absolutely.
Cool. It's just isolated enough. They don't want Merru or Prior overhearing by accident. At least not yet. And Miix just sits down on one of the beds. Again, their bed at this point.
Mm-hmm. I will lean up against the little ladder, half standing,
Yeah.
looking down at Miix.
I'm gonna talk
What-
to Merru and Pryor about Vienna and Rennie.
Yeah, I totally get why you said it wasn't the best time before. But yeah, we, like you said, we really should talk to them about seeing those two. I feel like maybe you can take the lead, at least about Vienna. I felt like you, I don't know, understood what seeing her would mean to Merru. As much as I care about him, I don't have the family experiences that I think the two of you share to some extent.
Yeah. I think I was out of line when we talked to them.
I think I might have also been a little more aggressive than was conducive to getting any information. So, blame's on both of us,
I'm not. I don't know. I don't know how Pryor will react. I was gonna say I'm not so worried, but I don't know. But Merru, I know, won't take it very well.
Yeah. I will deal with Pryor if you, or not deal with. Sorry, I will talk to Pryor about Doc. The two of us have known her the longest. I don't know exactly how he'll react, but I have a feeling maybe better than the two of us did. If you need, I don't know. I hope that however Merru reacts, that you know that I don't think that we could have gotten anything more out of Vienna than we did. No matter how that conversation had gone, I don't think she would have come back with us.
I know.
I don't know that Mary knows that, but I don't want you to blame yourself for however he reacts.
I don't blame myself for Vienna not coming back. Frankly, I don't know if I even wanted her to. But I don't know if it was that easy for her to do what she did either. I don't know. I just keep thinking about it. I keep replaying it in my head every now and then. You should tell them both at the same time.
Yeah, keep them.
Probably.
Yeah.
Now, I guess I wanted to build up the nerve.
I appreciate you getting us both on the same page.
No, we can't do things on our own anymore. I don't think that works. I don't think one person can make decisions anymore. But that's a whole nother thing.
And Kai does not understand the implications of that statement because he was not there for the previous conversation, so he kind of glosses over that entirely and goes, "Yeah, for sure." So, you just want to pull them both aside, or,
Grab Merru and go to the. Go to where.
the captain's quarters? Where Prior is? Or...
Let's just go to the steering wheel, the helm, and
Mm-hmm.
just talk to Briar there and Merru, and then we'll figure out what to do from there.
Sure thing. Yeah, I was just gonna say if Miix doesn't have anything else to add.
Yeah, and Miix will go and go with Kai, and they'll go find Merru, and then go to the helm. You know where the steering wheel is.
Absolutely. So just to check, Miix is looking for Merru and bringing him to the helm, you said?
Yeah, I assume that it's Miix and Kai, and they like, hey Merru, can we talk as a
Yeah.
group?
Oh, both of them are grabbing Merru. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Absolutely.
I think we're talking to the two together, and then we
Yeah.
might pull them apart.
Got it. So you're looking for the two of them.
Yeah.
You both are able to find them.
Cool.
Great.
Yeah, I imagine we just like hit like I said, we call it to Merru, say like, hey, we have to have a group meeting, and then we go up to where the helm, like the steering wheel is, which I assume Prior would be where he's controlling the boat.
Prior is sat on the stairs, sort of leading down onto the deck. He looks like he wants to be moving, but he is making a very conscious effort to whittle away the time. It seems to just be idly playing with the chain around his arm. And when he sees you and Kai coming, he rises to his feet and gives you both a nod, not knowing if you're here to see him or just passing through.
Miix kind of leans against the side of the boat, side of the ship, sort of as the four have gathered. I don't know if like either Mayor or Prior ask what's going on, but if not, Miix will say, so we need to have a talk. Kai and I have something to share with you guys that we didn't share back at the port.
A talk?
Yeah.
I mean, sure, but wasn't the whole reason why we talked before we set sail so we could get everything out before we left?
I looks a little bit guilty.
There's a bit more to expound upon.
What does that mean?
There's more to the story than we let on. When we split up, we actually did find something.
Okay.
Kai and I were looking around, and we didn't find anything else about the art exhibit or anything like that, but we did find some people that I think are pretty important. We saw Rennie.
Oh.
He's alive. Pryor looks like he's just been like a huge weight has just been lifted off his shoulders. Like he was fully convinced that he killed her in his distortion.
And Miix. Go ahead.
Oh, if Miix wants to take the lead, talking Kai is definitely not gonna stop them. He just feels bad.
Yeah, Miix will because Kai asked.
Mm-hmm.
And Miix sighs, and they look like they have some regret on their face. Because they know this next part won't go very well, but they have to say it anyways. We met Vienna. She was with Rennie.
There is a long pause as you can see Merru freeze up at that. And after a few very long seconds, he lifts Justicia up so you can see his eyes, and he goes, I'm sorry. What?
Your sister. We saw her. We met her. We talked to her.
I thought she was you.
Wait.
And she.
You know I'm not very good with jokes. You know
This
that, right?
This isn't a joke.
But that doesn't make any sense. What do you mean you saw Vienna? What do you mean?
It means that she was there and we talked to her. Kai's right. Yeah, Kai's right. We thought she was you at first and we were going to meet up with you. But...
And... you... Wait, okay, you... What the fuck are you talking about? You saw Vienna? What...
Yeah.
When we were separated,
Yes.
you saw her, you talked to her.
Yes.
And you're telling me now?
I made the call. I thought it would be best because I know if I told you then, you would have looked for her right away. You would have left.
Yeah, no shit, I would have... Yeah. Now I can't do that.
I...
Why would you do that?
I understand that you're upset, but I...
Do you? Do you really understand?
I do.
Miix did try to have her talk to you.
What
No,
do you mean?
it's...
For what it's worth.
What do you mean you tried? What does that mean?
We had a conversation with them. Vienna didn't... I thought I would ask her to come meet us. Meet you. I knew that you had been looking for her. You didn't want to.
Why? That doesn't make any sense. Why?
I'm sorry, Merru, but she doesn't want to see you.
That doesn't make sense. You can't just say your sister doesn't want to see you and not explain. Did she say why? Because that doesn't sound like her.
She didn't seem to. She didn't seem to. She seemed to hold some bad blood from the way you guys grew up. I'm not sure what happened. Admittedly, I didn't help things. I got upset and I yelled at her and I yelled at Renee.
You yelled at my sister?
I got upset because I thought it wasn't right and I shouldn't have. But
I
she doesn't want to see you.
that I you can tell Merru's in complete disbelief, and he's like, listen, I know she left before. That what you're saying just makes no sense. Vienna would never. She would never act like that. I don't. I and he pauses, and it looks like he's looking around, like he's trying to figure out some way to get off this boat before realizing just how far away they are from any sort of land.
While Merru does that, Miix looks over at Pryor and says, and Renee isn't. Renee knows you're alive. And she wasn't happy about that either. But she didn't seem. I don't know what she went through, but it doesn't look like she hasn't lost sight of the reason that she did what she did to you prior. And
Kai will pipe up a bit and kind of put like a hand on Mix's shoulder, like, you know, just as like a gesture of like thanks for doing the heavy lifting there. And he's sort of like quietly saying this to Miix because he did say that he would deal with Pryor, and those probably aren't words that he would ever say directly in front of him. But he'll lean in towards Miix and say, "Thanks for all of that. Merru probably needs a bit of time to cool off, but if you want to go, talk to him, I think I have it from here."
Miix looks at Kai and looks over at Merru. And then
I think at this point, Merru has, in the past couple seconds, he's kind of just gotten a bit overwhelmed by the information. And without really saying anything to the others, has walked away to figure out what was kind of like sift through what was just told to him, because it kind of made no sense.
Does Merru say anything, or?
Oh, did you not hear what I just said?
Oh no, sorry. Did he storm off? Gotcha.
Oh yeah, sorry. Was I muted or something?
My
bad. I said that
It
Merru.
might have cut out for me. It might have been on my end.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I heard it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
It was on my end. That's my bad. My bad. Miix. Sees that, but isn't actually gonna chase after Merru. They will leave, but they're not gonna go after Merru. As Miix looks over at Kai and sighs and says, I don't think he needs to talk to me. Not now. But, I'll let you talk to Prior. Let me know if you need anything.
And Kai nods at that, and will turn to Prior.
Yeah, and Miix will step away at this point, in a different direction to Merru.
Prior has been deadly silent throughout all of this. He's been observing this whole affair with this. Passive is the wrong word. The better expression for what's across his face is curiosity. Prior understands what's happening. He understands the emotions that are happening right now, and he knows that in this moment, he did not need to do anything but be as unintrusive as possible. So,
you took that well.
Would you believe me when I said that just hearing that Rinny is alive is ever since I realized Vienna and Merru were related, I'd been unshelving more and more memories about her, and I hate that that wasn't necessarily a surprising outcome based on what few conversations I ever had with her were. She didn't talk about having much of a family. She did her job dutifully, and she and Rinny got along very, very well. So I'm not too surprised to see them together. I'm not too surprised that Rinny is still walking the same path she always did. Once a doctor, always a doctor, I suppose. Always looking for another patient to help.
You know, they seemed... I don't know. Rennie... God, okay. When I saw Rennie, Doc, I feel bad because I just saw the woman that tried to kill you. And I was probably too aggressive towards her to learn anything useful. You know, I kind of... It's convenient that we both knew her and that I can talk to you because I would feel horrible telling Merru that me and Miix's behavior was probably part of why we... I don't know that we could have gotten Vienna back here, but that things went so poorly with her. I don't really want to be there when he hears exactly what he said, or exactly what she said about him, but... You know, anyway, Rennie seemed to think that you were going to hunt her down, which I said that we weren't, even though I was probably coming on a bit strong, you know, to be clear, but I don't know. It's... because on some level, I think I'm supposed to understand. I think I do understand why she feels the way that she does, but it's just that I've seen the person that you've become, so I don't know. I think I'm more hesitant to forgive her than you are. And I think she might still be a threat.
She definitely is. Let's not mince words. She wants my head, and she will try and take it again. I cannot allow that to happen. It's... still not... I still have too much to do. Her vengeance is just and well-deserved. And she has set her path on one that will only end with either her death or mine. I cannot allow it to end with her death if it is within my control to do so. I owe her that much at least. That unfortunately means she is in for a very long and arduous road. But she has always been stubborn. She has always been a thorn in my side, and she will continue to be one until either she or I do not wake up to see the morning. One of us is a tumor, and the other one is a healthy body, and time will reveal which one of us is excised.
Kai doesn't love all of the implications of what Pryor just said, but he really does not see a point in arguing because he at least can understand why Pryor feels that way and why that might be correct to some perspectives. But instead, he'll say, well, I mean, like you said, we can't let that happen.
No.
But, or not but, she did seem to, even if she still seems to be shooting straight for that goal, she seemed like she felt bad about putting all of us in danger when she tried to do what she did to you. So as naive as this may sound, maybe we'll be fine as a group. I mean, I don't think that we would all together have issues overpowering her. I just am maybe a little more scared of leaving you alone, since the last time we really let you do that happened.
Yes, I can't pretend like it didn't. Her goal was not to make me distort. I doubt she even considered it was a possibility. I appreciate you being honest with me, Kai. And I appreciate you looking for solutions. You have expertise I lack in many, many subjects.
I thank you. I do feel that I maybe failed a little bit at empathy when talking to her, though. And for that, I kind of, I suppose, I should be more understanding. I don't know that I can understand her perspective, but if you agree with it, then it should be something I should be able to swallow. I'll be better.
Thank you, Kai, for considering how I feel. Rini is correct in an objective, true way. I know you don't see it the same way. And this isn't me being defeatist. I have accepted that you don't see yourself as she is my victim. There is no world where that is not the truth. Atonement does not mean forgiveness, and she will never forgive me. And I, frankly, would not ask her to. Goodness. Ah, Kai. And for a moment, Pryor's shoulders just slump, and he kind of feels along the wall as he sinks onto the stair. Do you think I'm getting too old for all this?
You don't look a day older than when I met you.
Not even behind the eyes?
And looking at Pryor, Kai considers it a bit. You know, I think it's really up to you to decide when you want to stop doing all of this, but until you do, I will continue to try to help you carry out whatever it is that you need. And as for looking older behind the eyes, sometimes when you talk about doing good things, you seem younger than I've ever seen you.
Pryor cracks a little smile. I'm not gonna give up. Don't worry. And I am listening. being out here has changed me. But when I was falling, I didn't listen. That was the mistake I made. I am choosing to do good things now. And I'm choosing to inspire others to try them too. And I appreciate you being with me on this road, Kai. Truly. Thank you for everything. And thank you for not. Thank you for being willing to try with Rinny. I'm not going to lie and pretend like I don't have an anger for her. I'm not going to pretend like I'm better and there isn't a part of me. As much as I'd like to say I was relieved to learn she was alive, I wasn't upset I wasn't rid of her. But I know that part of me isn't the good part of me. So even if I can't, thank you for following the better road for me. No, with me. I'm still on that road.
I don't know that he has much to add to that, but did you say Pryor like sat down, like he sunk against a wall and sat down?
Yeah. Pryor's sitting on the stairs.
Then I think Kai might nod an acknowledgement that they are two travelers on one road and sink down onto the stairs with Pryor.
You know what? Pryor will throw an arm over Kai's shoulder with a smile. We're gonna have to get out of here in a couple minutes, so... Sorry. I'm just... It's good to have friends on choppy waters.
God, I hope this is out of Pryor's field of vision. Whatever the hand is opposite of him, his claws are dug so deep into the splintering wood of the stairs. Because Pryor's arm is thrown around his shoulder. But he just responds, and he's slowly turning red as well, and he responds, yeah. You know, I'll always be a friend for you, even in dire circumstances.
Well, we've got a big brother to fight. I don't think we're gonna get much more dire than that. Don't worry. I'm sure you've seen Berg as a... You've seen Berg at his worst, so maybe he'll be as afraid of you as he is of me, huh?
It's kind of like seeing a relative for the first time in, I wanted to say, a decade.
Oh. And I think Pryor thinks for a minute on that, and he doesn't really have much more to say, but he does look back at Kai, and Well, no matter what. No matter what. No matter what. He won't stop us. We've survived everything else. We've come this far. We've saved people. We've done good things. He won't be stopping us. Nothing can.
I don't think it would be fitting for our journey to end on a party boat.
And Pryor lets silence fall as he lets out a laugh.
And as silence settles over the two of you, Merru, Miix, what are the two of you up to?
Well, I would say Merru is he's a bit stressed out, to say the least. I mean, he's kind of felt like a bomb was just dropped on him after hearing that Kai and Miix specifically waited to tell him about Vienna until he couldn't do anything about it. But I would say moreover, besides his frustration over that, what they said just simply did not make sense to him. Like he knows his sister, he knows how she acts and how she talks. It's been some years, but I mean they grew up together. So he would like to think that he knows her. So I think after a while of pacing back and forth and muttering to himself a bit about it, without really caring who can see or hear him, he comes to the decision that he simply just needs to get more information from the closest thing to the source that he can get, which would be Miix, because Miix was the one who led that conversation, so Miix must know more. So, where exactly is Miix?
Do I even need to say?
Well, you don't have to. Wherever Miix is,
No, I'm just saying, like, they're where they've been the entire time, which is back in the cabin.
okay. I thought Miix was outside. Okay. Well, I suppose Merru can go find Miix then. If that is all right.
Mr. DM, is that all right?
Absolutely. Merru can go find Miix below deck.
Well,
All right.
awesome. I guess I would ask this question again. Does Merru like knock or just step into the room?
No, he just walks in.
Okay. Merru will find Miix sort of again laying on the bed, sat up. Still writing, actually.
Okay. Well, I think Merru, he stands there in the doorway, kind of awkwardly for a moment. Briefly glances away because he was just going to walk into the room and just demand more information. but he does know that that tends to not go well. So he tries to find a way to segue. It's not going to be a good one. But he's trying to not start the conversation on such a rough note. His last bit of composure, his last bit of mindfulness is clinging on, and he just goes, Miix.
Oh.
You know, your your fishing rod, it went overboard the last time we were on the water. And mine didn't. So, you know, that technically means that even though you won the last round, I actually win every future round by default. So I'm the real winner. And you have nothing over me now. So I didn't know if you knew that. And I had to come down here to tell you that.
No, that's fair. Do you like fishing?
It was fine. It got the job done.
I mean, do you
What?
like fishing?
I did it one time. I don't know. It was fine.
You haven't done that before?
No, I told you I didn't do that before. This is okay. Merru, he sighs. He goes, "Okay, I don't know if it was obvious. I didn't actually come down here to talk about fishing."
No, you're pretty bad at segues.
Thanks. I had no idea.
Harold, just talk to me about what you wanted to talk about.
Fine. I need you to be clear with me. And then Merru, he steps more into the room now and he goes, I need you to tell me exactly what my sister said to you about not wanting to see me. Like, I don't want anything vague. I want you to tell me what she said. Because what you told me doesn't make sense.
Miix closes the books. Or closes the notebook and then says, okay.
So, what did she say?
She said that she didn't want to see you.
Yeah, I got that part, but why?
Because she didn't give a lot of specifics.
Well,
It seemed to me that she seems to blame you for circumstances surrounding you two growing up together.
What does that mean? I said don't be vague. What did she say? Like a sentence. What did she say?
That you're more trouble than you're worth, that people around you tend to die. That you ruin everything you touch.
You can see the way, because Merru hasn't put Justicia back over his eyes properly. He just kind of, I wouldn't say his face falls necessarily, but he definitely, his eyes narrow a bit, and he goes, she said that?
She did.
That doesn't make... She she would... That makes no sense. She would never talk about what happened like that. That... Listen, simple yes or no question, Miix. Do you have people who you looked up to? Yes or no? From when you were younger? Yes? Did you know them personally?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you might understand this. Vienna was, I guess, one of those people for me when I was growing up. I mean, I had a few people in my life, but she was the first. I mean, things happened. I mean, we're siblings. We argued and we fought, but she and I was a difficult kid to raise. So she would never speak about me like that. There were things that happened, but when she left, it was never about that. It was just she wanted, I guess, something more from her life than just being where we grew up. 'Cause she, I mean, she was smart, talented, everything, and she spent so much of her life raising me. She didn't have to, but she did. But she never talked to me in a way that made it seem like it was my fault. So if she suddenly was telling you that, then there simply has to be something wrong. Like, I mean, I don't... Was that really all she said?
That was the main part of it. And admittedly, I was upset that she didn't want to see you, so if she had been more calm, she probably would have worded it differently, but the fact that she doesn't want to see you, I know is true.
I just... I suppose I can believe her saying that she doesn't want to see me. But not for the reasons you stated. Like... I mean, I guess... When she said goodbye to me, it sounded kind of permanent. I mean, I guess I never really fully got over it. But, I mean... I don't know. I just... There were other factors at play, I guess. You could say that we got... And you know, Merru, he's trying so hard to explain himself without talking too much about himself. But eventually he just sighs and he goes, when we were getting older, she basically, long story short, there was someone in her life who she started seeing them. I'm not gonna get into him and all that, but we started fighting more after she started seeing him. And if she's still around that guy, I would not put it past him to have made her believe that I'm the reason why she has so many problems. It wasn't my fault. What happened was not my fault. None of it was my fault.
I don't think it's black and white, but I think there's some part of her that doesn't want to. And I understand how it feels to have someone abandon you. Merru, I do. But You can't. You shouldn't run away from reality either.
I'm not running away from reality. The reality is that she has to have somebody that who is making her believe this, because she would never have said anything like that about me. Except for if someone got that idea in her head. And it's somebody who's not very good for her. Would I not be abandoning her if I didn't try to find her myself? If she might need my help or something?
I just don't want you to set yourself up for disappointment.
I'm already disappointed that I couldn't have fixed this already.
No.
I could have fixed this yesterday.
No, you couldn't
I could have fixed this a couple hours ago.
You couldn't have. They're gone.
We don't know that because you didn't give me the opportunity. And I just... I don't know. There has to be something wrong. And I have to make it right. That's my sister. And I know her. So there has to be something wrong. So I'll make it right. That's what I'm gonna do.
I just want you to be careful. Okay?
I will do what I need to do to make things right. Thank you. At the very least, for telling me this information, Miix. I don't have anything else to say, so I'm going to leave now.
Wait, no.
What?
Miix gets out of the bed and walks over to Merru.
What?
Merru, I know how much it hurts to have someone that you care about leave. Okay. I do. I understand better than you probably know.
Oh,
I know I
okay.
can't. I know that I can't stop you from going to see her. Or at least looking for her. And maybe you'll find her again. And maybe you'll just have to hear it from her. And maybe you're right or maybe you're not. I don't know. I think she might have her own reasons. I didn't see the guy you were talking about. It was just her and Rennie.
It's weird, but... Listen, if you can understand how it feels, then you probably can also understand why I have to do this. I mean, would you not want to do the same thing? make it right? If something was wrong?
I don't know. The reason I got mad at Vienna was because I know what it's like to. I know the pain of not having a sibling. And I know the regret of not ever being able to talk to your sibling again. And I think part of me would want to make that right.
Okay. So then
But
you understand.
But then at the casino, it happened again. Someone precious to me left me.
At the casino? Oh, well,
When you found me, that's what happened. I met someone that I thought was gone, who turned out to be alive. And then she left me.
oh,
I know how it feels, Merru. I'm not saying that just to make you feel better.
I'm not saying you were. I'm just saying that if you do, then you should understand what I'm saying right now. And
Maybe
no.
it's just not worth it.
If you understand how I feel, then you should know that you have no right to say that. Understood? I'm going to make it right. And I appreciate you giving me information that I needed.
I saw. I saw. I saw butterflies around her. She was with us, and then when she walked away, they started to disappear.
Okay. Well, that just means she's definitely in danger.
It means she's in danger when she's around me and Kai. And by extension, I think that means she's in danger when she's around our group.
That's not necessarily the case. There could be explanations for that. I doubt you know exactly how the butterflies work 100%.
They've always been around people whose fate it is to die. They're
Right.
always distracted by death.
That doesn't necessarily mean what you're saying it means. They could just dissipate once someone gets far enough away. You don't know all the details of how your corrosion works. You haven't had it for that long. I understand that you are trying to what's the word? Warn me, but I know what I need to do, so I'm going to do it. Simple as. Again, thank you for telling me what you told me. Really, I appreciate it. But I am going to go now.
Miix stares at Merru and they let out a sigh. Okay. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. You just did a good thing by telling me that information. And I appreciate it. I do wish you had told me sooner. But it's fine. I will simply fix it. Thank you. And Merru will make his way to the door to go back up.
Miix watches Merru leave and then just collapses onto the bed again. They've had so many conversations that have been important, and it's just a lot. It's really hard to keep their own emotions in check. It's hard not to just run after Merru and yell, try and get him to see reason. It's hard not to do the same with Prior. Miix just puts an arm over their eyes and just lays in bed for a little bit.
And Miix, as you lay in bed for a bit, the rest of you, up on the deck, you all notice a stationary cruise ship in the middle of a lake floating there. As you're all waiting, and I think this is where we'll take our intermission and return with what all of you want to do regarding this ship. We will be back in 15 minutes. I hope you are all enjoying. Thank you all so much for coming to watch, and we'll see you all soon. Make sure to hydrate, eat something if you need to, and I hope you're all excited for what we have in store. Hello, hello! Welcome back, everyone. It is so good to see all of you, and thank you for sticking around through our intermission. The managers set sail again, leaving Marlin Port. They all had a moment to converse about what they witnessed with the ring and fighting against a maestro. Kai confided in Merru about what had been done to him in the past. And Miix struggled a bit against themselves and with how they're feeling. Prior approached Merru to ask about the mirror worlds and then went to Miix to speak with them regarding the fate of the fetters they had rescued, Alice and Aiden, who had been previously turned into an art exhibit by the ring, deciding they would come back for them at the end of their journey. Kai and Miix then realized that they should let the other two know about their encounter with Vienna and Rinny back on Marlin Port, and they did so, which Prior and Merru took to different degrees. And now The four of them see a stationary cruise ship out on the lake. It's just floating there. And as their boat drifts closer, they can see that it's decorated in colorful balloons and banners. There are recognizable golden chains wrapped around the masts, and the ship faintly blares music that echoes out across the lake. So, managers, what would you like to do here? And how do you all react to the ship that you see?
Prior, behind the wheel, blares his horn in warning as he kind of like goes to maneuver around the boat at first, because obviously he sees it's on a course that would otherwise intercept with him, and his first thought is to be wary of pirates. Does the ship respond in any way?
The ship does not respond. It is, aside from the music, eerily silent and still.
All right. Prior gives another blow of the horn as he starts to slow their speed down slightly. And his voice will come over the speaker as he goes, "We are passing by another vessel. I am attempting to signal them to give us some sign. Do any of you on the deck see anyone out on their ship?"
Would any of you like to make a wits awareness check?
I would love to.
I will give Merru an assist die.
Alright. Okay, what's the DC?
The DC is, I would say it's a DC 1. The higher you roll, the more you notice.
Awesome. Oh. Okay.
Well, where man?
Supposed to wear man.
6 successes. DC 1. Merru, there is no one on the deck of the ship. You don't see any people. You do see that the boat is littered with gaudy decorations. It looks like there should be people here. You can see tables, you can see numerous liquor bottles and half-eaten food strewn everywhere about the deck. There's spilled wine. You think it's wine, at least. With a 6 successes, it's hard to tell what the stains are, but they're red in color. And you can see the loudspeaker that's continuing to blare the music. You can also notice from here that there is a light shining from the ship's interiors.
I don't see anybody on the deck. Looks like there was some kind of crazy, I don't know, party or something. But I don't see anyone. They might be in the boat? I don't know.
Yeah, but they're heading the wrong way. There's no way they're gonna make it to the edge of the lake going on this route.
Oh.
Not in the time they'd need to get back. Right. Prior will let the horn blare a little louder, and actually he'll pop open the speakers and go, "Vessel, your current charting course is leading you into dangerous waters. I repeat, turn your vessel around. I repeat, turn your vessel around."
There is no response from the vessel.
Prior leans out the door of his little captain's room and goes, I'm not getting a good feeling about this.
Yeah, no, same. So we should leave it alone, right? Just go?
The vessel might be in distress. They might have popped an engine.
Maybe. Maybe they're all passed out drunk.
Look, we have some time before the lake should change. I could pull us up beside their boat, drop the anchor, and we could just take a quick poke around.
Is that really necessary? We kind of have our own job to do. An important one.
Should take us 5 minutes. Shouldn't be any mermaids in the water because seas are calm and they shouldn't change for a little bit. Could be perfectly safe. I mean, if the ship is still floating, tells me that either no one's on it or they could use a helping hand.
Is it... You really think it's just gonna be 5 minutes?
Well, I'm saying 5 minutes, but just in case of an emergency, we have about 8, 9, 10 if I really gun it.
Fine.
Alright. Prior turns on the speaker and goes, Miix, Kai, any objections to taking a little detour here? The ship might be in distress. We have more than enough time to go take a look on the deck.
And I think if Miix doesn't seem to have any outward objections, then Kai will simply say, "No objections here, sir."
And do you all then decide to venture on to the...
Prior crackles from it and goes, majority rules. And Peepaw's a little...
Wow.
He's a little bit of a shit eater.
Sassy.
Wow.
Sassafras.
He is going to drop the anchor and, he doesn't want to ram the boat, so he's just gonna kind of drift to the side of them, and he's going to actually, what he'll do, he'll actually sort of drop beside them and sort of toss a rope over, and he's just gonna kind of have the boats sort of circle each other as he sort of links them together.
Absolutely. He's able to link them together.
Don't even need the singularity to do it. All right, everyone, let's be fast. Let's be efficient. Let's try and see if we can find anyone. If we can't find anyone, life of the lakes. But if they're passed out, let's wake them up, get their ship back on the right course, and lead them out of here. Maybe they might even give us a reward.
Maybe.
Who knows?
No reason to be so bitter.
Not bitter, just skeptical.
A little bit of optimism hasn't hurt our trip so far.
Right.
Like I said, we're almost home, everyone. Just a little detour.
Right. Yeah.
And Prior will lay the gangplank and jump from one ship to the next, waiting to make sure that everyone else is able to get over.
Absolutely. You are able to do so, and I I imagine the rest of you follow, where you all can get a close-up view of what the ship looks like. It's much of what Merru saw before and relayed to all of you. You all now can confirm with your own eyes, there does not seem to be any people, living or dead, on the deck of the boat. Just the remnants of a party.
All right. Not seeing anyone here. Pryor's going to look for any identifying marks. Symbols, articles of clothing, anything that kind of could help him narrow it down.
You know what? Make me a intelligence investigation.
Oh, not the best at it, but I can sure try.
It'll also be a DC 1 scaling.
Well, hey, there's a chance. You know what? I'll spend a point of willpower.
One success.
Well, he's not blind.
With a single success, you recognize, as Merru had pointed out before, there are chains of the middle wrapped around the mast of this boat. Aside from that, you can't find any identifying features on the boat. So if you had to make a guess, well, I guess it's up to Pryor what he would presume from finding those.
Middle vessel. Yeah, those chains are impossible to miss. Huh. Might have been on their way to Berg ship themselves. Or maybe
Anyway,
coming back.
I could roll investigation, intelligence. Sorry to interrupt. Just
Absolutely, yeah. Feel free to roll in intelligence
Please,
investigation as well.
You are definitely probably better than Pryor's.
no, I'm not. But we always try.
I mean, I have 2 dots of investigation. I could.
Oh.
You
I'm
do?
sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you do.
Oh, you do.
Why are you not rolling, Kai?
And why are you not rolling?
Because I'm only little. No, you're right. I'm sorry.
As
Yeah,
many
I'll
of you
just
can
fine.
roll. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to. As many of you can roll as you'd like.
Wahoo.
I want to roll.
Because Kai did not want to emasculate Pryor
Think.
by being
was-
like, "Oh, that's so you're so smart for noticing those chains, King." Oh wait, no, I'm willpowering. I need to notice more than he does. Okay, there.
Wait.
God, wait,
The
I wanna roll
nudicer.
too. This is fun. I have
Yeah.
2 dots. Because I have
Did-
no investigation and 2 dots of intelligence. We got this.
Are we all rolling?
Apparently.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
looks like it. Would
Yeah.
you like to roll as well, Miix?
Okay. I was gonna assist, but I guess I can roll separately.
I think it's fun if we all look.
Yeah.
Mix will sure. Why not we do a willpower?
Whoa.
Oh my
Jeez.
god. Okay, Mix
Oh my
is actually the
gosh.
nudicer. Okay.
Alright.
So,
Mix X-ray visions.
I'm gonna go in order from lowest to highest. Merru with 1 success, you notice the same thing Pryor did. You notice the chains. You know they're from the middle. Next up, Kai with 4 successes, I believe. Kai, you also notice the chains. But I would say as well, Kai, you notice the fact that, one, Kai, you've attended parties of the middle before, given your affiliation with Pryor. You notice this very much looks like a middle party that was happening. You also are able to tell, now that you're closer up, Merru couldn't tell from a distance, there are stains that look like they're from the wine that has spilled and been knocked over, but there is also blood stains all over the deck. Funnily enough, though, you notice that some of the blood stains suddenly stop It's not, you know how sometimes when you're dragging a body, you'll see where the body's been dragged? You don't see anything like that. You just see bloodstains where there should be a body. And with a 6 success crit, Miix, you see everything that everyone else has. But in addition to that, you notice there is a trail of butterflies leading into the interior of the ship. And you also notice that the ship's interior, the door there, is closed.
Gotcha. Could I ask if I find any loot by any chance?
You know, with 6 successes, I will let you know that you find there's some food that still seems to be left over and intact. If you'd consider the chains of the middle to be loot, those are certainly scattered everywhere. I would say it doesn't look like there isn't any on or any valuable belongings, however, on the deck of the ship. It's mostly wine. There's a couple bottles that are unopened. And food.
Excuse me. Gotcha, so food. In that case, Miix will sort of point that out to Merru as the sort of captain of rations. I don't know if Merru has like a little bag he carries.
You know, he does. I don't think he brought it with. He's probably keeping it on their boat because there's no need to bring. We're only supposed to be here for a few minutes, so bring it with him.
I think Miix will sort of like ask, like, "Hey, there's like food here that's good. Like, how do we bring it back?"
Oh, we'll carry it. I guess. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we're done here.
Okay. I mean, there's
pointing it
gotcha.
out.
And sort of, Miix is very obviously trying to distract themselves from the fact that like this is a horrifying sight. Kind of just like rubbing their eyes with their fingers, like ugh. Trying not to get sick. Okay, I mean, there's food here. Miix will gather up what they can and like put it to the side. Yeah.
So,
Prior, as prior. I'm sorry. Does Miix? So I was about to ask if Miix mentions what they had found.
Yeah, Miix will mention the butterflies and that. Yeah.
Good catch, manager. Excellent work. Prior unsheathes life for a daredevil, but he keeps the point tilted down, and he heads towards where the butterflies are.
Yeah.
Leading the group.
That's whatever.
Wait,
caused
hold on.
This. Oh.
It shouldn't be anything, but better safe than sorry. Prior puts down his gift from containment. I'm just going to, if I may, I'm going to quickly try and see if I can pull some useful ego gifts out for us.
absolutely, go for it.
And what's our desperation currently?
Your desperation is currently, I believe, still at desperation 3.
All right, I will take that. All right, Prior takes a point of aggravated willpower damage.
6 successes, DC 4.
So that means that he gets 1 + 2, 3 gifts. So, you know what? Prior doesn't know what he's expecting, so he's going to pull out the old tried and true. Everyone's going to get, the 3 of you are going to get magical girl hairpins. And your dexterity pools are going to increase by 2, so long as you are wearing them.
Wahoo.
Wahoo.
Prior is confident in his own ability to dodge, so he feels it would be best put on the three of you. And so for that, Prior puts the containment over his shoulder, checks a timepiece on the inside of his wrist, and then hurries his steps to follow the butterflies.
You can't see them, but Miix pointed them out to you. And as you enter the cabins, pushing the door open, there you find the partygoers. Little sister Anya is recognizable from the eye patch she wore, despite how mangled the rest of her body and face has become, as if some terrible creature clawed into her. She is doused in some sort of liquid, her skin bubbling, hair sticking to her skin. One of the little siblings beneath her is still clinging to their sister, even in death, like a lifeline. It looks as if she took the brunt of a huge attack full force, shielding as many siblings as she could from the wounds she bears, and how drenched she is compared to the ones behind her. You recognize little brother B, despite how battered his body is. Puncture wounds litter his skin as if something tried to burrow into his flesh and rip him apart from the inside. His arms are outstretched, even in death, a protective shield for the little brothers clustered beneath him, their wounds nowhere near as severe as his. You're not sure what did this, what killed them, but the two of them clearly died protecting their siblings, even if in the end it was in vain. You don't recognize all, but quite a few of the little siblings' bodies from back during the sandcastle fight against the ring. Little sister Bonnie, for one, isn't among them, but you do spot a familiar head of bright orange hair. And the music continues to play the whole time.
Merru doesn't say anything for a moment, but eventually he just breathes out, "What the hell?" Because in complete honesty, I mean, this isn't something that Merru would normally be overly broken up about. I mean, he only interacted with these people because Prior had once again roped him into more of his, bullshit at the beach. And I mean, even if he had some level of fun fighting the ring students with them, I mean, there wasn't much more to it. I mean, he doesn't want them to get hurt, but if this were a normal day, he could, simply grit his teeth, avert his eyes, and move on with their mission. I mean, because this is a city, after all. I mean, people die. These people were effectively, I mean, strangers to him, and he shouldn't really care. I mean, dealing with this was not part of his job, but I mean, still, I mean, seeing the bodies littered on the deck, Anya and Brad, and it conjures up memories that he had been trying to keep at bay. Just like the last time he had taken a good look at this group, and all he can see when he stares at them right now are people from a time long past, I think. And those shards he had stared into now give him a perfect visual of the faces he had begun to forget. And for a moment, it's simply too much. I mean, Merru will, if he can, he will lift up Magic Bullet and aim it directly to wherever those speakers are, despite his vision being locked on to the bodies they found, and will wordlessly now pull the trigger at those speakers. If he may, this music is too much.
The music stops at once.
Thank you. That wasn't too appropriate. That wasn't very appropriate at all. Not. Corpse is found. Identified. Members of the Middle. Little siblings on their way to Big Brother Berg's boat. There. Hi. Medical opinion.
I mean, do I have to roll for this? You mentioned them looking pretty mangled.
I won't make you roll, Kai.
All right.
There is no one still alive on this boat.
Kai will look pretty glum and turn to Pryor and say, I could check for a pulse if you felt that it was necessary, but it's pretty plain to see that these bodies are all deceased.
Acknowledged. I will rely on your professional opinion. Okay. Then, we don't have much time. Anya, be marked deceased. Time of death is irrelevant, and we don't have time. I'm going to check the bodies.
You don't have to. If you need some time, I'm sure one of us can.
Time is not a luxury we have. I'll take Brad. One of you check the other Anya. As there, they would have wanted a big brother to lay them to rest, and I have responsibilities.
Okay.
Maybe there's... Excellent. Pryor walks towards Brad.
Higher. As you walk towards Brad, you see that the little brother has a book clutched in one hand, something he refused to let go of, even in death. A book that you would know all too well, that resembles the one at your side, though much smaller than yours.
Pryor looks down at the book on his hip. He feels its weight. And he ignores it. He ignores it only because Brad might have given him a final order. How bad does Brad look?
Brad looks very bad. You can see that his body is battered, that it looks as if some sort of creature tore into and attacked him. You know, there's a myriad of monsters out on the lake. But you also see that despite his wounds, despite how he looks like he likely bled out, he was clinging to that book as if trying to protect it. And you can see it's still open to the page it was left on.
Whoever did this to you, let your vengeance become mine. Let my dying wish, let all the promises I ever made be this. I will fulfill your vengeance against whoever did this to you, Brad. We are a family, and I will not let this go unpunished. And if that comforts you wherever you are, I hope you know that. I'm going to need to see who is responsible for this. So relinquish it to me, and let me bear this weight for you. Prior attempts to gently remove the book from their cold, dead grasp.
You are able to do so. And do you read what's written on the page?
He goes to memorize every word so it will burn into his brain and never leave.
Good deed number 100. I just need one more, and then I'll have done 100 good deeds like Big Brother Pryor wanted. Little Brother Brendan spotted a ship in trouble being attacked by mermaids. It doesn't look like that ship's one from the middle, which means they're not family. But Big Brother Pryor gave us 100 good deeds to do, so we're going to show them the full might of the middle. Those mermaids won't know what hit them, and those people over there are going to see the full strength of our might and just what we're about. I'll be back to record my good deed when we win this fight. For the middle. For the Big Brother. A mixture of blood and droplets of water stain the page, and it's hard to tell if it's from the waves or tears. The book's entry, when it continues, is shaky, harder to read, as if a trembling hand had desperately penned it down in one final act. 100th good deed. Complete. Ship saved. And a little shaky smiley face is only half completed.
No. No. No, this isn't fair. That's not what a good deed. It's not who did this, who... You couldn't... Brad. Don't put my name in the book. I didn't... Pryor sees his name written in the Book of Vengeance and knows exactly who is responsible for this. Big Brother Pryor. Right there in ink. Dead by the hands of someone else's atonement. Given a burden to bear off Pryor's shoulders that he thought should have just been for him. Pryor bites his lip. He straightens his back. And he wipes his eyes. They engaged in combat with mermaids and they lost because they were following orders. They were attempting to rescue a civilian vessel. They bit off more than they could chew. They walked the path to its inevitable end. And this is what their good deeds got them. Prior attaches Brad's book to his hip. He promised that his vengeances would become Prior's, and he intends to carry that out to the last name written in that book, no matter whose name it is.
I'm sorry.
There are many people in this world you should feel sorry for. I am not one of them. In this moment, I made a call. I have to live with it. Not the first time, will not be the last. I appreciate you all. Thank you. I apologize. Is there anything on the others? I'll be fine. I just need a moment. Is there anything on the others?
Take your time. Here, just...
We have 3 minutes.
Mr. DM?
Yes.
What would we roll to find something on the others? Just investigation, or do we have to roll?
Before you roll, if you go to investigate the others,
Yes.
I just need to know where you are all standing.
Prior's beside Brad.
Prior's beside Brad? All right.
I would probably have Kai go and investigate. I don't know which one of you wants to investigate. It was just that Prior had sent us out to do one of us on Anya and one of us on B. If you don't have a preference, I'll just pick Anya.
Hi. You go over to Anya. Merru, do you go to check on B, or does Merru...
I would say, beyond having unconsciously taken a few steps forward, Merru is deathly silent, just staring at the carnage.
I think just because Miix was like talking to Prior, they were probably actually with Prior.
Yeah, in between Merru and Prior?
Yeah, they're probably closer to Prior.
Absolutely. I would say Miix. Kai, you both are investigating some of the bodies, correct?
Kai is.
Honestly, I thought it was the other two, but I think, yeah, if...
There's 3
Yeah.
bodies. So.
Yeah.
No, there's much more than 3 bodies. There are a lot
There's
of
3 bodies that
corpses
were
here.
investigating?
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever. Yeah.
There's 3
Or
bodies we
mainly
recognized immediately.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, I think if there's that many, then yeah, I think probably...
All right. I just need to check if it was all of you or only some of you who were. Miix, Merru, you two have the highest dex, so I'm going to assume you both reach the bodies before Kai does.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to need all of you to roll me initiative.
Mr. DM.
Yes.
Mr. DM, you can't do this to us, Mr. DM. Do you know how much we've sacrificed?
Mr. DM, I had real tears rolling down my face in real life when you were reading that.
It's not a joke, Mr. DM. Oh,
It made me
my
very
God.
sad.
Let's turn this sadness into anger.
Wait. I don't remember that party member.
So, Miix, Merru, as you two go near the bodies,
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
this surfaces. Teeth appear where the floor once was. And instead of looking down at wood, the two of you see a gaping maw full of sharp teeth right under your feet. You can see blood streaming from the creature's eyes, and you are inside its jaws. Can you two give me either a DC 5 Dex Athletics if you want to avoid being snapped up by it, or a DC 8 Strength Athletics to try to hold open the jaws?
I'm rolling?
Both of you are rolling.
Okay. You said DC 5 Dex Athletics, that what you said?
Yep.
Fascinating.
Remember, you get your +2 dice bonus.
Yeah.
Yes, you both have a +2 dice bonus.
It's fascinating. Well, let's see. Can't all get the big fish.
I
God.
The big fish is about to get Merru.
About to get the
damn
both
it.
of us. All right, let's re-roll that.
You have a shot at rerolling. I don't think I do.
I think you do. I think we need to, because otherwise it's going to be very bad.
Well, it's gonna hit me anyway.
No,
you
you
have,
could crit.
you have a 1 in 100 shot.
Yeah,
Oh.
you could crit.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
okay.
Well,
Miix, that is 3 successes on a DC 5. Merru, that is 3 successes on a DC 5. Both of you aren't able to escape as the jaws close down. You two have worked in the facility for quite some time. I imagine you've seen what's happened to unfortunate clerks that have walked into meat lanterns lure before. And you are both taking... That would be 4 aggravated red damage. Merru, you're able to half that to 2 because of your ego. And Miix, you... I believe... also have that because of your ego
Yes.
equipment. So you're both taking 2 aggravated red damage.
Right. Yeah, no, I think Merru was... He was not really with the moment when this thing appeared. So even though his prosthetics did go off to signal that he needs to move, he just... In his mind, he wasn't on the boat. He wasn't focused, and wasn't able to move back in time.
I think Miix just gets got. I mean, they just don't react fast enough.
And we start at the start of the initiative order. Merru, what would you like to do?
Let me think. So, I think when Merru gets hit, that kind of snaps him out of it. And he rapidly blinks as he stares at this thing in front of him. And in his mind, he's putting 2 and 2 together. That whatever happened to those bodies was because of this thing. And if I may I roll Justicia?
Absolutely, you may. I'll also let you know, you all feel that warm light wash over you, and you can all heal a point of health damage.
Whoa.
Nice.
Nice.
The Justicia DC is only a DC 2.
Okay. All right. Hit that. So I think once Merru comes to this conclusion of his Justicia activates, and there's that cyan color again, and he will raise Magic Bullet, and with gritted teeth, will now aim it at this creature, and attempt to hit it. Let's see, got my modifiers. What would be the DC to hit?
It is a DC 4 to hit this creature.
DC 4. All right. Let's see.
Oh! 11 success crit.
Yeah, no. That's a double crit.
Oh gosh.
That is a double crit.
That's gonna be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 damage to this creature. Or it would be rather, if not for the fact the creature is submerged. So it is taking 6 black damage.
Yeah, no, Merru, as the portal forms for Magic Bullet, he's shaking just a bit, not from fear now, but from anger. And he goes, this is your fault. You did this. And then with that crackle of blue electricity, the bullet shoots right at the creature.
It cries out when it's shot, and more of those tears fall from its eyes. And we go to Prior.
Prior is boiling. He's at the breaking point. He may have put Brad on this path, Anya on this path, Bee on this path, but their path ended. And they ended because of a monster. And you need a monster to kill a monster. There is no rationality in letting this thing live. There is no rationality in letting monsters survive. Prior blurs by Miix, ignoring their wound as he brings life for a daredevil around and attempts to drive it into the floor, attempting to pierce this thing. There's no guttural scream, there's no outward sign of anything more than cold determination as Prior strikes to kill. Just a monster.
Absolutely.
What's the difficulty to hit this thing?
DC 4 to hit this creature.
Prior spends a point of willpower.
4 successes on a DC 4. That's going to be 3 aggravated pale damage.
The egg pile.
Which it is weak to, but it is still submerged. So it takes 2 aggravated pale damage. And it also took another pale damage from Merru, I remembered. So it's currently taken 3 pale damage. It cries out in pain when your sword strikes it.
It can bleed, it can die.
And is there anything else Prior would like to do with his turn?
Prior and sister?
Kai, what would you like to do?
Kai does not have the personal attachment to these little siblings, specifically that it's obvious that Prior and Merru grew to have while he was away, but seeing just how devastated the two of them were, I believe is plenty enough motivation for him to want to kill this thing that they believe, was the cause of all of their lives ending. And will lunge to attack this creature.
Absolutely.
And
It's a DC free this time to hit.
3, okay. Okie dokie. Oh, and this isn't a person, so I can desperation die.
You can indeed.
You said it was 3?
Yeah, it's a DC free.
No, sorry, desperation 3?
Yes, desperation free.
Alright, great. And Prior's gift was just for dodging, so I don't think that's
Yeah.
relevant. Okay.
Yes, just for
cool.
athletics rolls.
Yeah, Kai can willpower that. Why not, right?
Oh!
There we go.
7 success crit on a DC free. That's gonna be 4 plus 3, 7 aggravated red damage. It is first taken as superficial instead. And so that's 7 superficial red, halved down to 4, and then halved again to 2 superficial red damage.
Mm.
It doesn't seem too affected by your strikes, Kai, as you claw into it.
I imagine it's a little hard to effectively rip at a creature that can sink into the floor, which he just lacks the ability to. If it's something that seems to be able to phase in and out, I don't think that would be easy for one to strike.
Absolutely. And Miix, you're up next.
Okay. Miix. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can finally do something with this skill for once. Mr. DM,
Yes.
I have something I'd like to propose.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What would you like to propose?
I would like to, for the first time, use this skill. I want Miix, because, okay, I get the vibe that we're not getting the whole story. And I think Miix, it's fair to say Miix would too. They aren't sure what's going on, but they think that something's up. And I want to see if Miix can get some perspective and try and figure out what's going on, what the nature of this distortion is, and sort of figure out. So could they roll? Could I argue, in this case, instead of an investigation intelligence, because of the nature of the distortion, stuff like that, the more supernatural aspects, could Miix finally, could Miix finally roll, occult and intelligence?
Absolutely.
All right. Let's see. All right. What would be the difficulty here?
I would say it would be a scaling difficulty, but it would be a base of DC free. The higher you roll, the more information you would get.
Also, man, okay. Can I use desperation here as well? Since I am trying to figure out information.
You are inquisitive. You can use desperation here.
Awesome. And then, unfortunately, my specialty in this is not helpful right now. It's abnormalities, which I assume this is not.
No, this would not count as an abnormality.
Yeah. All right.
Yet.
I will go ahead and roll.
Oh my
Well,
Jesus God!
Yeah, I was going to say your hesitance seems to be
This is
have been
the
unwarranted.
first time that I've used a cult. I'm sorry to I just need to point that out. This is what Miix is good at. They can finally do something they're really good at. But yeah. What do I find out, Mr. DM?
You find out with 8 successes on a DC free that this creature. So, what exactly are you trying to find out? Like the nature of this, what exactly it is?
I think Miix is just trying to find out. Yeah, what is the nature of like this thing? They are trying to ascertain what's going on, and what is this thing, and is it just a monster? Is it something else? What's going on?
I would say that
How is it?
Miix-
How is it acting? What's it trying to do?
Absolutely. So, Miix, you've worked a lot with abnormalities.
Yes.
And you also have seen, at this point, multiple distortions. Whatever happened
Yes.
to Shion back in District 12, what happened to Prior, Yuna, and Kai.
Yeah.
I think that you would recognize this creature appears to be similar to how one of those are. You also remember that this creature appeared when you and Merru went near the bodies. It didn't surface when Prior did. And it didn't surface before that. The first time that it became aggressive was when the two of you tried to approach the bodies.
Okay.
And you know that Prior has his Book of Vengeance on him.
How is that relevant? Sorry, just to clarify.
To clarify, and with an 8 success, You can see the chains on this creature. Essentially, you have a feeling that what caused this creature to become aggressive towards all of you is you and Merru, people who clearly aren't from the middle, going near the corpses of the middle members.
Okay. Yeah, in that case.
I will
That's
also
a
give
lot.
you some additional information with 8 successes.
Oh,
You
yeah.
recognize this creature has not yet attacked aside from when it's submerged to try to swallow you both. But you see that there are chains draped around it, and you see that there is a lure on its head. To point out some different parts of the creature, you have a feeling you might be able to target. Though what effect targeting them would have is uncertain.
I'm not sure. All right. Well, with all that information in tow, I think Miix immediately. Everybody, wait! Miix shouts at the top of their lungs. That's not. It's not. I don't think that thing is responsible for all this. It's a distortion.
The cold rage that was flaring in Pryor's eyes snaps into focus. Are you sure?
Positive. I've seen enough of these things to know how they act, at least on some level. That's not a random sea monster.
Merru, Kai, pull back. Everyone. Maybe we can save this one too.
It only attacked when we got close to the corpses. It's protecting them. Protecting its siblings.
Thank you so much, Miix, for figuring that out in character. Thank you. Pryor was not in a position to do that. All right, Pryor, refocused. It sort of calls everyone off, but I have a feeling, however, that's not going to stop what happens next.
Yes. Miix, do you do anything else with your turn?
No, that there would be anything Miix would do.
Absolutely. Oh, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they sort of they explain hey, this thing probably didn't cause all this. It's just protecting its quote unquote siblings, and maybe Miix will remark, whatever caused all this thing probably chased it all off. At least for a little bit. But yeah, they won't actually take any other actions for the moment.
Absolutely.
Oh, I guess they will mention the the chains and the
lure?
The lure, but I don't think those are necessarily super important. But yeah, Miix will mention those. Yeah.
All right, and we move to the monster's turn. Merru, Kai, you two were the ones who hit and crit on it. And Merru,
Yes.
can you give me a DC 5 Dex Athletics as the chains lash out, aiming for your abdomen in a style reminiscent to a certain finger?
The DC 5?
DC 5.
I'm gonna use my desperation here because Oh, actually, I do have that modifier. For that gift. But still, my odds are not super high. What would the desperation? How many dice would I have?
Desperation is currently at 3.
All right, there we go. I do take a point of aggravated willpower, don't I?
Yes,
From that. Okay.
you do,
That's
but
fine.
you dodge as the chains hit where you previously were standing. And Kai.
Hmm.
The lure on its head lashes out at you, trying to grab you. If you could make me a DC 5 Dex Athletics.
Yes, I could. And thank Gosh for Mr. Pryor's bonus die, which are 2, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'm so sorry, you did say DC 5, right?
Yes.
Let's go.
Okay.
You dodge as the lure snaps towards you but misses.
What does rupture do?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Awesome.
Okay. Okay, another round done.
We're back to Merru's turn.
Mm-hmm.
Merru, if I may say a few words, Pryor is going to, from the other side, say, "We're going to need to see the... Can you get it? Can you get it to surface? It's lure. Strike its lure."
Briefly, Merru will glance at Pryor. You can tell it's even sort of a struggle to have him turn his head away from what he's locked onto, but he will force himself to give a small nod. And, well, may I make a called shot for the lure?
Absolutely, you may.
Awesome. And what is it, -2?
It would be -2 if you're trying to aim directly at the lure. -2 dice.
Okay. The DC for that?
To hit the lure in particular is a DC 6.
Ooh, okay. Am I greedy? No. Yes? Am I greedy and I use desperation again? So we kind of need to hit it. It'd still be 3 dice, right?
Desperation? Yes. 3 dice.
Yeah. That's fine. Come on, Merru. Ha!
Oh!
Oh!
10 success crit on a DC 6. Do you want to willpower that at all?
No.
Yeah. I was gonna say, what if you did, though?
That's going to be 8 aggravated black damage, and it does not count as its body, so the submerged condition does not take effect as you break the lure completely.
Oh.
The creature howls in pain, and would you like to describe how Merru shoots and fires at this?
I mean, there's honestly not much to say. Merru's had magic bullet pointed at this thing, even as he was dodging. He's had it pointed wherever it might move to. So it's not hard to guess how a magic bullet would hit a target at this point. The portal forms again. The bullet, it doesn't matter how much the thing moves that lure around, the bullet still finds its mark. And takes it off, I guess.
It howls as the lure is removed, and the creature is no longer submerged. And we go to Pryor, unless Merru has anything else he would do or say.
He doesn't say anything. I think he stares down at the broken lure. A bit of a distant look in his eyes, but he doesn't say anything.
Pryor sees the thing surface from its murky gallows on the deck, and he wants to say something, but now is not the time to say anything that isn't to this creature. Pryor's gonna try and get in front of it.
Absolutely. What would you like to do?
Boy. Pryor unclips his own Book of Vengeance. Actually, no. Pryor unclips Brad's Book of Vengeance from his hip. Quickly flipping to the last page, he holds it up in front of this thing, presenting it like a shield in front of him, and says, "It's me. It's Big Brother Pryor. Like Brad said, I'm here to help. Do you remember me?"
Pryor, can you make me a charisma leadership?
Okay. Does my fame apply?
Your fame does indeed apply. And the DC is DC free.
Hey, I got a shot here. I got a better than a shot. I am going to spend willpower in case margin matters. 6 successes.
Six successes? Absolutely. With 6 successes, this distortion pauses, and there seems to be a recognition in those eyes of it as it goes still for a moment, looking at you, listening.
We're here to protect the bodies. They're not going to be safe out on the lake. We can take them somewhere where the mermaids can't get to them. We can take you there too. You're not alone. The Middles come to rescue you. We always come back to save our family. We always take vengeance on those who are responsible. You've done a good job. You can rest.
It hears that, and you see that it closes the mouth that's been open wide. And it goes over toward the bodies, and it seems to be waiting for something.
Is that the end of Pryor's turn?
I would say that is. Kai, what would you like to do?
Sorry, I feel like Kai is a bit out of his depths here. I mean, is there... I don't know, I mean, Kai's not very good with charisma leadership, or actually no, Kai is good with charisma, but I don't think he doesn't know these little siblings like Pryor does. Is there anything he could do to help this person distortion? Question mark.
I would say, Kai.
We could move the bodies.
Yes, it would
Okay.
be a strength athletics to move the bodies.
Oh, before Kai does, Pryor is going to hand Kai Brad's book.
Yes. I'm glad
He
you
remembers
brought
what
that up.
Miix. He remembers what Miix said because Miix cracked that.
All right. Great. So, okay. Thank you. I will gently take the book from Pryor because it's clear what it means to him, and then go over to the bodies and gently try to lift one of them up. What was the roll that you said, Mr. DM? Sorry,
The
strength
roll
something.
was strength athletics, and it's DC. You know what? It's a base DC free, and for each one higher than that, that's how many bodies you're able to move from this ship to the other ship.
Great.
You get a +2 bonus from Pryor's bonus because it applies to athletics.
Yep. Okie dokie Loki. Was it every two that he goes over is how many bodies he can carry? Or was it every one?
It was for each one, so with 5 successes,
Okay.
and kind of a general amount. It's not like one for one.
Yeah.
5 successes, DC free, you're able to start moving a fair amount of the bodies over to the other ship. The creature watches you closely the entire time.
I is kind of sweating bullets right now because there is still a creature that could 100% come up from the ground and eat him, even if he knows the nature of it, because it is a monster, rampaging or not, that is not unbecome a monster. But he does take care to not damage the bodies any further as he brings them over to their ship.
Absolutely. I'll say that you've been able to get about a third of the bodies over.
Alright.
And Miix, we go to you. What would you like to do?
Well, Miix. Let's see, what will Miix do? So Kai's moving some bodies. How many are left? Just to clarify.
About 2/3 of the corpses are left. For a group of, we'll say, like, this person reveals he can't do math.
Well, if there were 9, I would have removed 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that a fair number, or should it be less?
I would say there's probably a bit more because it was a party. So there was probably about 20 to 30 people on this ship.
Oh, okay. We'll just say 30 and the guy moved 10 people.
Yeah, Cat's able to start moving 10 people over.
Real. Oh. Is Miix built to move these bodies? Not as much as Kai is.
Here's why I hate knowing why you're doing this. I know exactly why you're doing this because this is taking us time.
Oh, I was muted the whole time. Oh my gosh, when I said that. I'm so sorry. I just realized I was muted on OBS. Yes. Basically, yes. If there was like 10, if there was 30 bodies, that would be about 10 of them Kai's been able to move over.
Well, actually, because we do have the gift. And then... Oh... I mean, I guess I could roll to move some more bodies. I don't think there's anything else Miix can really do, because they already made their big occult roll. And I don't really want to attack this thing. So I think I will simply try to move some bodies. Is that all right, Mr. DM?
Absolutely. If you can make me that strength athletics roll, DC free.
Gotcha. Well, let me go ahead and roll.
Oh, yes! That actually...
Oh?
I imagine, does Prior hand the book to Miix?
Yeah, Kai has to hand the book to Miix because he just came back. Yes, Kai hands the book to Miix.
We work assembly line style.
Yeah, exactly.
I assume Kai throws the book. And Miix catches it.
You throw the book!
I don't want to throw the book. I want to politely hand the book over.
We were doing this quickly.
There was a whole scene. It was very...
Oh my gosh. You know what? And Miix will just shoot the freaking distortion.
Oh my god. You've never played a relay race?
Alright. What's the difficulty to hit?
Is Kai handing over the book to Miix?
Yeah, I'm handing over the book. Are you shooting it? You're not shooting it, are you? Please don't shoot it.
No, I'm not, obviously.
Okay.
I will go ahead and roll to move the bodies.
Absolutely. That's a DC free strength athletics.
Alright. I will... You know what? I'll fuck it. I'll re-roll.
Five successes, DC free.
Yeah.
That is another third of the bodies you're able to help carry over.
Okay, cool.
And I'll say too, as you are carrying them, and the same for Kai, it seems this creature, it gently scoops up some of the bodies and goes alongside you to deliver them.
Okay, yay. Oof.
And we go back to the orphan sibling's turn, who chooses to do nothing. But wait. And Merru, we go to you.
Oh. Alright. Are there still more bodies to be carried? Or no?
There are.
A third, yeah. There's 1/3 left.
Okay. Trying to think, because technically Merru is still locked onto this thing, but I really want to shoot it.
Miix will pass the book to Merru if that helps.
I mean, it would help him to not get hit. I think, Mr. DM.
Yes.
Can I? I know technically how Justicia works. I'm pretty sure we ruled it that Merru has to keep hitting his target. But like, we've all come to the conclusion that we need to move these bodies and not attack it. Can I rule it that as long as Merru isn't attacking anything else, he doesn't necessarily have to?
He doesn't necessarily have to what?
He doesn't necessarily have to shoot. As long as he's not trying, like, he doesn't have to shoot the distortion.
I will rule it that way. I will say that is fair.
So I was gonna say it'd be crazy if Merru just kept shooting. And I think even he, despite Justicia, can recognize that. Actually, I have a question. I don't know if you necessarily have the answer for that.
Yes.
Merru's Justicia goes off because he believes the thing he's attacking to be guilty. If he is proven mid-fight that the thing he is attacking is not guilty, would Justicia turn off?
This has never happened before. I would say, Justicia, if Merru, partway through a fight, no longer believes the creature he is attacking or the being he is attacking is guilty, then yes, he would no longer gain the benefits of Justicia.
Well, okay. Then I suppose as Merru watches everyone be able to move the bodies without being attacked, he kind of, that smoky cyan glow kind of dissipates. And if he's handed the book, he will try to move more of the bodies as well. And it's a strength athletics?
Correct.
Okay. DC 3?
Yes.
And you get the bonus from the hairpin.
Oh, right.
You do.
Alright, let's see. What? Willpower. There we go.
That's 4 successes for DC 3. There's only a couple of bodies left, and I would say actually the only ones that still remain are Anya's, B's, and Brad's at this point.
Well, all roads lead to the same man to bear responsibility. He is going to attempt to empower himself by drawing upon the gift of crumbling armor, or rather to say the ego of crumbling armor.
Absolutely.
He is going to throw his desperation onto this because he is desperate. Uh-oh.
Oh.
He is going to willpower. Alright, so he simply takes a point of aggravated willpower damage. Prior's willpower impaired. But that's a problem for later. Corrosion creeps up his neck. He doesn't even notice. His mind is too focused on the task at hand.
5 successes, DC 4. Prior, you're able to carry the rest of the body.
Sorry, that's actually to activate his gift. This is his actual role.
My bad.
Are you kidding me?
Oh no.
Gotta spend another point of willpower here. There we go. He gently takes Brad in his arms.
Oh.
He closes Brad's eyes before he does so. And he adds another body to his total as he gently carries his victim to a safer place to rest.
3 successes, DC 3. You're able to carry him. And the rest of the little siblings have all been safely brought to your boat. As you all then feel a wave wash over you and can heal a point of sanity damage.
Oh, I need that right now. There's only one last sibling of the middle left as Prior boards the boat again and looks to see what the distortion does. They're safe now. Bodies are safe.
The distortion hears that and sort of swims through the floor back over to you all. This time, it submerges itself again. It does not have its blur, but you all see the chains tremble. It gets into a hostile isn't the right word, but a more aggressive fighting stance.
Like it's challenging us. Oh.
Prior understands this better than anyone. Nods his head. We're worthy. Ready yourselves, managers. Don't strike to kill. I guess Prior ends his turn.
All right. And Kai, it's your turn.
Well, Kai will take Prior's words to heart and not strike to kill, but he will certainly strike. I mean, he's not gonna roll desperation because once again, he's not striking to kill. So, sorry, what is the DC to hit this?
DC 4.
4. I might have lied about not rolling desperation. I only have 5 dice to hit. Okay. 3 desperation. DC 4. I'm gonna go again. I'm gonna willpower that.
Oh.
That was,
I've been there.
Luke.
I've been there. I'm sorry.
Much like with that one with the Eurodivier fight, took don't strike to kill too literally and ends up petting the fish like he's in an aquarium.
We have 2 successes on DC 4. You kind of slightly brush it, and the chains sort of tremble, clinking against each other at the touch. Miix, what would you like to do?
Well, Miix isn't happy about this. It's sad. But I mean, sometimes the right thing to do is the hardest, so all right. Miix is gonna shoot.
Absolutely. DC 4 to hit.
Yep. Miix will shoot. And they will we'll do this. Let's see. You said DC 4 to hit?
Yes, DC 4.
Okay. All right. Alright, this will be the first one. They're going to choose white damage for their first. Ooh, they're going to.
Would you
that was
like
the
to
wrong
willpower
one.
that?
Yeah, I'd like to. There's also meant to be the dead. Sorry, I confused the names myself. Let me willpower that. Just barely hit. That's unfortunate. And I guess they will roll again.
Yes, with 4 successes for DC 4, Miix is still doing 3 aggravated white damage, and it is taken as normal. This creature looks like it is on the verge of defeat, but still holding strong.
Oh, that's terrible. We do another willpower. Ooh!
4 successes, DC 4. That one is going to deal the margin in black damage. So this creature is taking 1 aggravated black damage. And we go to its turn. I don't know if you want to describe how Miix attacks here.
I think Miix just shoots. I think it's just regular, solemn lament, just different bursts of fire.
And the sibling, with the last of its strength, turns, looks at you, Prior, and attacks. And that'll be a DC 5 Dex Athletics to dodge. It only has 1 action this turn, as the lure has been broken.
Friar sees the blow coming and knows that it would be nothing but dishonorable to not give the sibling the fight it expects. He attempts to dodge.
Absolutely.
I don't want to willpower impair Prior. I think his willpower might be useful, so I will actually take this hit.
You take the hit. You take 2 superficial red damage. It is looking at you. So that would be
1 damage.
1 damage. And it does not inflict the vendetta mark on you.
Family gets special treatment. Crier rises to his feet and rubs the eye on the center of his chest.
Those chains rattle again, and Merru, it's your turn.
All right. Well, I mean, if we're trying to defeat it, then I shall simply fire magic bullet again.
Absolutely.
What is the DC again?
The DC is DC 4.
4. Alright. Just one more time. Because I get scared. Actually, no. I'm fine. I have 13. Well, I have been rolling well, which means I'm probably not going to roll well this time. Just to make sure. It wants a good fight. I'll give it a good fight. I will use my desperation in the event that I roll badly. Otherwise. And it's just one more time to check. It is still 3 dice. Yes.
Yes, desperation is still 3 dice.
Okay. Awesome. Okay.
7 successes, DC 4.
Can I ask if that would be enough to kill or not kill? Not kill. We're not killing it. We're not shooting to kill. Defeat it without me having to willpower.
Yes. That would be more than enough.
Okay, awesome. I was about to willpower.
Yes, 7 successes on a DC 4. That is doing 7 aggravated black damage. And this creature had 2 health left. And Merru, how would you like to describe the not to kill, but finishing blow to this distortion?
Yes. I think when Merru lifts magic bullet at this distortion this time, there obviously Justicia is off now. This obviously, whatever happened here was not this person's fault. They must have been just as much of a victim as those who died. Just bearing the grief of having survived. And I think that's what's on Merru's mind as he pulls the trigger of magic bullet and forces himself to not look away. Which is funny because before he had to stare at the thing. Now he doesn't want to. And I guess the bullet fires as it always does, but notably does not kill.
The bullet is fired. And the pile of blood is still there. But in its place, you all see a member of the Middle, drenched in blood, covered in chains, much like the distortion had, and with a distraught look on his face. He's sitting there, looking confused, lost, and he sort of just looks down at his hands and around at the deck. Where, are they?
Friar walks in front of the man on his knees and he gets down low. He's had to give this talk a lot of times. And it's always easier when you give them a lead-in. Prepare them, let their mind start to work on its own. The mermaids got to everyone long before we were here, and you succumbed to the distortion phenomenon. We were able to pull you out of it, and their bodies are safely on our vessel now.
He kind of looks at you. It looks like he's listening, even if it's not fully registering. And he says, they mentioned you. Big brother. He kind of looks right at the book, looks up at you, sees the crown. You notice his eyes dart towards where the flower was before. But he doesn't say anything on that.
I'm sure they did mention me.
They kept talking about it, the sandcastle fight. It sounded really fun. Little sister Annie, she had mentioned that she wanted to follow in her big siblings in your footsteps. And the mermaids. There was a big attack, and it's one that would have slaughtered us, and she, without hesitation, she got in front of us and shielded us from it. He kind of looks around, and he sort of sees the food that's spilled around the tables. The others had spent some extra money we saved to get chicken imported from L Corp. It was for Berg's party, but for her in particular, because she always really liked it. And little brother B, he protected me. I was gonna die. I should be dead, but he got in front of me and took that hit for me. And he told me if he had to take the hit for someone to save them, that he'd die to protect his family. And little brother Brad, he was the one who he kept talking about you, and he kind of glances over at Merru behind Pryor, the unaffiliated short stack, I think he called him. I didn't expect him to agree with me that we should stop when we saw the other ship. I saw them being attacked, and I thought he'd argue against it because, it didn't look like they were one of us. They weren't family. I don't know. I didn't want to leave them to the mermaids, but instead, Brad, he got up on the table and pumped his fists in the air and cheered that we take down those mermaids and save those people. And we drove them off. But he was dying, and the first thing he did was reach for that book. And he... I miss my siblings. I want my siblings back. I didn't want them to take my siblings from me.
If I could give my life for theirs, I would. If I could turn back time, I'd grab the hands and tear them from the clock. If there was anything I could offer you, I really would. Brad. He was middle to the end. Proud. Unrelenting. We don't choose the war. We don't choose where our road ends. Just the paths we take. I'm sorry your siblings were taken from you. All I can give you, all I can offer you, is a chance to bring them somewhere safe, so that you don't have to say your goodbyes to them in a watery grave. I can bring you back to your family. I am unable to do anything more for you than that. He'll reach a hand down as he stands back up.
I want them to be able to rest. I
know you do. And I want that too. No one deserves to lose their family. But right now, your memories are all that's left of them. So I'll let you take them somewhere safe, so that you can share them, and make sure everyone knows that all your little siblings earned their marks.
He clings to your hand that's reached out to him, and you can His head is bowed still, but you have a feeling it's not just out of respect, but also to hide the expression on his face as he takes a shuddering breath and says, "Thank you."
A big brother looks out for his little siblings. Your legs look unsteady. Here, let me help you to your feet. You just gotta keep putting one foot in front of the other. And you keep moving down the path. No matter how much the brambles tear at your legs, no matter how much the branches sting your face, you keep putting one foot in front of the other, and you never, ever take your eyes off the road. One foot in front of the other.
He nods his head, and though his legs are shaky under him, he does as you say.
Prior lets him lean on him and walks him back onto their boat. He turns over his shoulder and says, "Everyone, back on board the vessel. We're going to be cutting it close. I'm going to need to gun the engine as soon as we get him down to the quarters."
Let's go.
There's nothing else for us here.
Kai will follow onto board. I presume all of them will.
Yeah, no, I think Bear is probably the last one to board. He's, for a brief moment, he's stuck in place, staring at the deck, but forces himself to turn around and follow everybody.
Just to know, Miix will grab like the food and stuff, like all that.
Yeah, we take everything that we can. There's nothing to do but take what we need. We gather up everything we can scavenge, and I think Prior lets the boat drift off into the water as he gets behind the wheel and starts us back off.
And
the horn blows one last time, a mark of honor for the defeated and departed, as Prior begins to gun the engine and hope he still has enough time.
Prior, as you gun the engine, the little brother safely brought below deck, Kai, Merru, Miix, you all see these creatures begin to climb their way out of the depths and onto the boat.
There's a horn from the top of the ship, and Prior screams, "We didn't make it! Hold on!"
Oh,
God.
fuck. And, you know, foul moment coming out again.
And you all can roll initiative as you see from behind, where you've left behind the party boat, you see a creature rise from the water bodies dangling off of it as more and more of these creatures keep crawling in an endless horde. And we have a help ahoy! King, what would you like to name the vessel that starts to appear from the fog and towards all of you? I don't know why that says round 2. Middle Vengeance? Is that what you would like to name the boat? It's a middle party boat? Absolutely. You all see a boat through the fog. And this boat is Middle Vengeance. And there's a neat little harpoon redeem for all of you to use as you would like. So, Prior, we start with you.
Absolutely. Prior is going to stay behind the wheel of the ship. Because right now, leaving this post is probably the stupidest thing he could do. Prior is going to grab the wheel with both hands, and as he does, I believe this is why you had me do that for you, isn't that, Cinna? Prior would like to take some actions to command the boat itself.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's see. I think for round 1 we're gonna take. Sorry, I'm just looking through the options I have.
Absolutely. Take your time. I will say, as you look through those, a harpoon flies from the Middle Vengeance and grabs one of the mermaids, yanking it off the side and into the depths below. And for chat to know, that refreshes every 10 minutes, so...
I think I'm gonna just do this round 1.
Absolutely.
Prior says, "Everyone, hit the deck!" And as he does, he spins the wheel left and then cranks the wheel right. As the deck begins to bump and churn, he's trying to keep his eyes on the mermaid and trying to give everyone a little bit of assistance, as he is going to assist everyone on their dodge roll.
Absolutely. You all get an extra dice to your dodges.
Yay.
And we go to Kai.
I presume the answer is no. We no longer have the
No, you still do have your
Oh, we do
extra
still have. So I've got
athletics.
+3 to my dodges.
You all have a +3 to your dodges.
Fantastic.
For this round, at least.
For this. Yeah. Okay. Oh god, is it stupid to attack one of these things, or should I just be focusing on getting the hell away from them? I guess attacking
I
them.
will let you know, it looks like you just need to drive these things off and survive long enough.
Okay. Well, Kai doesn't know any scare tactics, so... is there, like... And tell me if this is... like... If one of the other boats can hook one of them and pull it back into the water, could Kai, like... try to shove one of them overboard?
Oh, like try to push one of them overboard?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Give me a strength athletics. I will say it's a DC 5 to try to shove one of these overboard.
Alrighty. DC 5, and I've got 2 from the gift. 1 from also prior. And then these aren't human, so can I use desperation as well?
Yes, you may.
Awesome. Well, yeah.
7 success crit on DC 5. I see the exclamation point, so I think you do take a... Oh, that's 2 ones. I don't know if you have to take 2 aggravated willpower, only 1.
Yeah, that would be 2 aggravated willpower.
Yep,
Fantastic.
you do take 2 aggravated willpower. But you are able to shove one of them. You know what? You crit. I'll give you 2 for a crit. You're able to shove 2 of these mermaids off the side.
And while that pounding headache definitely rips through Kai a little bit, he managed to push off 2 mermaids, which ain't half bad. I feel... I mean, not that these look like, you know, your average, mermaid that, like, we know, but I assume they're kind of slimy, so it's probably fair to say that they would have less hold on the slippery wood than Kai and all of them would, so it would be safe to say that it's easier to shove them off without accidentally also falling overboard.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
you are able to absolutely do so. There's also, all of you feel that light wash over you, and you can all gain a point of, or heal a point of sanity damage.
Okay.
Fantastic.
And we go to the mermaids. There are 2 currently on the deck, though it looks like more are climbing their way up. This one is going to attack Kai as its maw comes towards you, and you can give me a DC 4 Dex Resolve as a gaping maw opens wide, resembling that of a leech.
X resolve. Alright, sure.
Yep, it is not athletics, but it is a dodge, so you do get an extra dice because of prior.
Okie dokie. And I'm so sorry, I know you just said it. What was the DC again?
DC 4.
4. Alright. Yeah. We will try. Okay, winage.
Yes, you're able to dodge. It lunges at you, but you're able to evade as the Utter Mermaid, bubbling liquid spews forth from its maw, and all 3 of you can make me a DC 4 Dex Resolve, adding on the extra dice from prior.
dashing glutton today.
Ooh. Ooh, I crit.
Oh. 6
Wow.
success crit.
Did you not use the bonus from prior?
I did.
You're
Oh.
just adding it into your dice
Oh,
total
oh,
instead
okay,
of doing a
okay.
custom modifier. Yeah,
Okay.
Yes.
that's what. Yeah.
Okay, I take aggravated willpower, but that's fine.
Take a point of aggravated willpower damage, but you do dodge. And Kai.
And sorry, the only reason I hadn't rolled yet was because I was like, this is my desperation die. I can use it to also dodge, or is it only to attack?
You can use it to also dodge.
Okay.
Yes.
Sick. Well, don't worry about it. Oh, okay, cool.
One more aggravated willpower damage.
Yep, but
But-
I'm also awesome.
You managed to dodge.
I was gonna. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
And all of you resolve yourselves and steal your wills, as you will have the next pale damage source you get hit with.
Ooh.
And Miix, it's your turn.
Are there barrels?
On the ship, you know, I'll say that there's probably some barrels lying around.
It's storming. The ship is moving up and down. Sure, those barrels are tied down, but I have an idea, Mr. DM.
Yes.
I liked what Kai was cooking, and I want to expand upon that. Can Miix cut the barrels loose and then kick them forward? You know, basically time it with the momentum of the ship for them to. Because I assume these barrels are like full of like water or something, or just like some sort of like random supplies. Nothing important. And you know, with the weight and speed of the barrel, they can slam into the mermaids and push them off. Just like basically a tumble with like the weight and force, just slam them off deck.
Absolutely. I'm gonna say to do that, I would rule that throwing the barrels as a strength athletics, unless anyone has an argument.
I think it's more so about timing it and like making sure, because it's the main thing that's getting this is like the force of the ship rising and falling with all the waves in the storm.
I
So,
could
I
see-
argue Dex and athletics.
You know what? I'll allow Dex Athletics.
Thank you.
I will say that would be a DC 4 Dex Athletics. I'll also say that you all see another harpoon be thrown from the ship, and another one of the mermaids is yoinked off,
Awesome.
and more begin to crawl on, however.
Okay, good. Thankfully, I was hoping to get hit multiple with this thing. So, all right, DC 4, and I still get the +2 from the equipment
For
that
athletics?
Prior gave us.
Correct. You do
Okay.
get +2.
Yeah, cool, awesome. Hey, come on, don't do this to me. Thank God.
4 successes on a DC 4.
Yeah.
You're able to hit them and knock these free off with the timing of the barrels.
May I describe?
Absolutely. Please go for it.
Awesome. So Miix, like immediately, like, you know, as like the storm and like is like raging, they look at Merru and say, and like they're like shouting over like the waves and the mermaids and like the storm. What's in those barrels?
Does Merru know what's in the barrels?
Nothing important, right?
It's probably water rations.
Yeah, it is water ration.
Oh. Is that even... It's probably important, but Miix is probably gonna do it anyway, so...
If we die here, it's not as important.
True.
If Mary doesn't answer within like a few seconds, Miix is just gonna go, and yeah, Miix like rushes over to the barrel. They just grab a knife, like a small like pocket knife, from their belt, just slicing off the ropes that are keeping this barrel down, and Miix like holds onto it, and as the boat peaks, it hits like this particularly rough wave. As it like peaks, goes all the way up, it begins to fall, and Miix times the barrel and shoves it down with their foot, and it begins to roll and tumble down, gaining speed as it slams into 1 mermaid, 2 mermaid, and 3, as they all tumble into each other, and then as we crash down back onto the water, it lifts up the mermaids and the smashed barrel at this point, sending them tumbling off the side of the ship.
Absolutely. And as they go tumbling, you all see one more right now clinging to the ship. Merru, what would you like to do?
Yeah. Above Meru's shouting, Pryor says, "Whatever you did, it just lightened our load!"
Let's see. Well, Merru obviously is going to shoot that thing. Once again, what is the DC to hit this with magic bullet?
A DC 4.
Okay. Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
Critting these things!
7 success crit. On
My
DC 4, that's going to be 7 aggravated black damage.
Is that enough to take it out, or is that something where I can get more damage on it?
That is enough.
Enough. Okay.
Almost enough to get this creature out.
Almost
it has
enough.
8
Okay.
health.
Hold
You're
on.
only doing 7.
How's that?
A 9 success crit. That is enough.
Awesome.
You're able to take this creature out. And would you like to describe it?
I mean, it really just functions the way it always does. Now when Merru kills this mermaid, is it dead on the deck? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, I'm keeping track of the ones that are kept dead on the deck. Don't worry.
Excellent, thank you. But yeah, I think when Merru fires magic bullet this time, he's not gonna do some fancy thing, trying to push them off back into the water. If they're in the water, they can, come back on the boat. So he just wants these things dead, or he can see them dead. And so I guess when he fires magic bolt this time, it strikes right through the creature, and satisfyingly it thumps to the ground afterwards.
Yes. That it does. And at the start of the second round, more mermaids clamber on board the ship And a little something else happens. As the storm gets worse. Prior, what would you like to do?
Okay. Is everyone happy with the order they're currently standing in?
No.
What do you mean?
You all
though?
like-
You're
All right. In that case, Prior is going to try and give everyone a chance to get to where they need to be. He cranks the wheel hard one way, and as he sees a wave approaching, he drives straight into it. Water crashes over the ship. He is going to break the wave. Everyone may reposition themselves.
You may all reposition yourselves however you like.
Awesome.
I mean,
Next will be farther in the back.
okay. That makes sense. Never mind. My fault.
should Kai be right in front of Merru?
Well, for the sake of yes. Okay, there.
I was gonna
You
say,
do know it hits you all in a line if you stay in a line.
Yeah.
yeah, there's a nice
Yeah.
line of mermaids.
Wahoo. Yes, I was going to say Kai does not feel the need to move back further as he has no self-preservation instinct and likes to not attack with his brain like Miix just did, but with brute force, so he's not moving any further back, but he'll move out of Merru's way.
Are you all happy where you are?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that's far enough away for me to be able to fire magic bullet without, while still being able to use my normal, roll.
It is indeed. Kai, what would you like to do? Oh, and before you go, Kai, another harpoon flies from the Middle Vengeance. And I don't know why Prior suddenly blew. But another harpoon flies from the Middle Vengeance and pulls.
Sorry, I made Prior invisible just because he's with them in spirit, but he's actually behind the wheel of the ship.
No worries, no worries. Flies and pulls another mermaid off the deck. And you can hear cheering from the boat and party music blaring. And now, Kai, what would you like to do?
Pushing them off worked well last time. He would like to roll to do so again.
Absolutely. It was a DC 5 last time that has now been upped to a DC 6.
Alrighty. And that's athletic strength.
It is.
Okay. DC 6. There's still the gift. I don't think that the modifier from Prior for that first round is still there, though.
No, yes, Prior let everyone move positions rather than give them all a boost.
Coolio. And Kai's lack of self-preservation instinct, he's going to use Desperation Die, even though my willpower is not looking too hot. Okay.
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, a 6 success crit on a DC 6? Kai, you're able to push 2 of them off again. I'll allow with that crit, as I rolled it last time.
Great, and Kai will do the same as last time, just barreling into them, slamming his full body weight at 2 mermaids who slide into each other and fall overboard.
Absolutely. The current remaining 2 mermaids will go. This one will, again, turn on you, Kai. It is now a DC 5 Dex resolve to avoid. And you can add the plus... Oh, no, you cannot this round because Prior has taken a different action.
So there's really not like a way for this to happen. I don't think.
You can just crit. You can just crit.
Right. Well, I did use Desperation Die last time. Maybe I'll be awesome. Have we considered that? Oh my god! I am just awesome. I forgot about silly me.
With a 6 success crit, yeah, you are able to avoid this mermaid. And this one here does see Merru and Miix in a line and is going to vomit froth. It is now a DC 5 Dex Resolve to dodge, and you do not have the bonus anymore.
DC 5?
You like hate me?
DC 5?
DC 5.
Okay.
Yep, their
All of the mermaids-
offense and defense level went up.
Yep,
Right,
all of
right.
the mermaids' offense and
Right.
defense have gone up.
Right.
So it's fine, 'cause I have a fun thing called Desperation.
I don't.
Yeah, well, I do.
You do
But I
still
have
have your
another
pale
fun.
resolve thanks to Syndicate.
Okay, I'm using all of my luck these past 2 sessions.
Oh.
I'm scared.
So I have a thing that could come into play this session.
Hmm?
Is
I have a
it
certain luck.
luck of the devil? I will say it cannot affect Merru because Merru has crit.
Damn it!
You
I
always
right
would-
there, though.
I wouldn't have actually
That's
done that. I wouldn't have
funny.
Yeah,
actually.
do you want to
That
push
wouldn't
Kai
have
in the
that would've
way?
been funny.
I
You
wouldn't
could
have
push
done that.
Kai into the line of fire.
No, I don't think I will. I think I'll just willpower reroll.
Oh my god!
Just
Oh my
make it.
gosh!
I just
6
make it.
success crit for Miix, 9 success crit for Merru. The froth bubbles, and both of you easily evade it.
I think they're just completely in sync. As they both like just dodge effortless. I cannot speak. They both dodge easily.
I'm picturing the dodges from the Evangelion episode where Asuka and Shinji are in sync now.
Oh, absolutely. It's literally that.
And Miix, it's your turn.
Effort. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm just like anyways, effortlessly. There we go. Okay, sorry. I think Miix at this point will just shoot. Let us go ahead and hope that everything goes well. Let us pray.
If you are shooting, it is now a DC 5 to hit the mermaids.
Got you. Oof, this is tough. This is scary. This is starting to get really scary.
Yeah. Prior rings the bell, sounds the horn, and he says, "They're only gonna get stronger!"
Miix will... See, in that case, it kind of encourages creative problem solving. Is there something else they could try? I don't think so. I don't know if there's another...
I think violence is as good a choice as any right now.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a more creative way to be violent. I don't think I can think of any at the moment, so I will just shoot. This will be the first one. We will be hitting the one that is on the top half. First roll, that misses. And then this will be the second roll. That one also misses. Unfortunate.
The butterflies unfortunately miss their mark. As we go to Merru,
You know, I had such a nice line.
I'm
Okay.
sorry
No, it's okay.
Hey,
for
Hey,
being goaded.
I'm just saying, Merru, if you're willing to throw yourself right near the edge of the water.
There is another line.
Wow. He
Listen.
immediately takes it.
Listen, it's fine. He won't fall in.
Oh my god.
He will fire magic bullet.
Absolutely.
what is
DC
the
5.
5? Alright. Listen, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm scared because I know I'm bound to have a bad roll anytime now. It's not this time, though.
But not this time.
It's not this time.
8 successes.
That doesn't kill, does it?
DC 5. That is going to be doing 7 aggravated black damage. Almost enough to kill these mermaids.
Okay, 1 second. Is that enough?
That is enough to kill them.
There we go. There we go.
2 more corpses fall to the deck.
Excellent.
There are 3 corpses total now on the deck.
Excellent.
And as we go to the top of the next round, more and more of these mermaids keep crawling up from the depths below. As their offense and defense levels rise, now they are +2.
Scary.
Kai, oh, sorry, my bad, actually. Prior, what would you like to do?
Prior is looking through the boat features you gave me. Ooh. Yeah, okay, wait. Prior, from the bow of the ship, shouts out and says, "Remember what these things have done! Show them no quarters! Grant them no mercy! Rip them limb from limb!"
Absolutely. As all of these receive +2 damage against them. At your call, another harpoon flies from the middle vengeance and takes out another one of these mermaids, snagging them and pulling them into the depths below. As the little siblings on that boat continue to throw harpoons. And Kai, we go to you.
Fantastic. We're gonna go 3 for 3. What could possibly... Kai's just been critting and he'll continue to do so because he's awesome.
I believe.
Something to consider.
Prior
Strength.
is going to shout out, "The one by Merru!"
Alright, great. Yes, Kai will absolutely go for this one. By Merru. But, you know, if he crits again,
Now,
can he
Kai,
shove some other...
are you trying to shove it or attack it? Because I will let
Shove
you know
it.
the DC to shove has been up to now DC 6. The DC to attack is now... the DC to shove is DC 7. The DC to attack is DC 6.
I think my dice pool is actually better for shoving.
Ooh. Kai, you should roll very quickly to see if you can apply your weapon modifier.
Word. Well, I'm sorry, what would I roll for that?
Oh, that is your craft plus your intelligence, if the GM allows it.
Absolutely. That would be
Okay.
your specialized suppression gear, I believe.
Yes. Is there a DC for that at all, or is it just...
Just DC 4.
DC 4.
Okie dokie. Well,
Oh, you should have one extra dice to that. My apologies. It's not calculating your sheet correctly.
oh. I'm just gonna... There. Voila.
All right,
It is
you now
done.
get a...
Plus 3 bonus to your melee pools.
Yep.
Okay, great. Improvise gear bonus. I'm gonna roll desperation, and you said DC 6 for attacking?
Yes. You probably notice, I imagine, Kai, these mermaids look sturdier than the ones before.
Hmm.
Yeah, at DC 6, these things are massive, I imagine.
And it's definitely a little overwhelming to Kai, which is why I presume he's going to attack one of them instead of shoving his body weight into multiple to try to shove them overboard.
Yes.
And running to Merru's defense, Kai will... Oh my god, wait, Kai, don't worry. Shh. Don't worry about it. Shh. Don't look at that.
That's 5 successes on DC 6. Would you like
Look-
to
look
willpower?
away. Yes, look away. Yes, there it is. He did it, actually.
6 successes. On DC 6, you hit. You are doing free +2 thanks to Prior's Vengeance Mark for 5 aggravated red damage.
Mm-hmm.
This creature takes that
Well, I
and
tried
is
killing
looking
her.
not
almost-
great.
They're almost defeated.
Yeah. I tried my
we-
best, Merru.
I appreciate it.
Merru can now shoot, though, because you're in front of him without a penalty. But we do go to the mermaid's turn, who might make that difficult, as this mermaid, Miix. Can you make me a DC 6 Dex Resolve?
And I can. Will I? It's fine. It's literally fine. It's not fine.
Maybe if
Hey, yo, we can
you-
take a little damage. We can take a little damage. It's not the end of the world.
It's fine.
Gonna be 4 superficial red damage, which you half to 2. So you're taking 2 superficial red damage. And you also take 2 stacks of sinking.
Cool.
And this mermaid is going to follow up.
That's totally okay.
Oh, no.
It rears back and lunges forward. The strands reach out, trying to make you become part of the whole. This is going to be a DC 7 Dex Resolve to avoid.
I understand. I get it.
Just crit, you got this.
Another 2 superficial, I believe, Mr. DM.
That is actually going to be 4 unhalved superficial red damage.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Which I don't believe. Oh no! The Sword Sharpened from Tears does protect you from this, so you are still taking 2.
Okay.
However, you have 2 stacks of sinking, which activate,
Yeah.
as you are going to take 2 superficial white damage.
So I have bad news,
Half to
mixed
one?
corrodes.
Half to 1. It's half to 1, if that makes a
Oh, it is
difference.
half to 1. It is half to 1.
I have bad news, mixed will corrode.
Well-
This is on the
Uh-oh.
verge of
Well,
corroding.
Well, actually, if you look in the chat, there was a touch by the light.
Yes, there was a touch by the light, and
We needed
we need
that.
that.
There's a warm light that washes over. You can feel yourself beginning to corrode, but it's kept at bay for now, as you can heal a point of sanity damage.
I have good news. Miix will not corrode, but they will corrode if people if Miix doesn't get any help.
And you also now have 2 defensive paralysis on you.
What does that do again?
Don't worry about that right now.
We've not been inflicted with that before. I think I have an idea and I don't like it.
As we go to this mermaid.
I swear if you make them attack Miix.
And this one sees you struggling.
Oh my god.
And
Hey,
goes for
you might want to use life for Daredevil. Or not life for that. You might want to use. You might want to use.
Dude, you can steal life for a daredevil and then
You
use
might want to
it.
use Luck of the Devil.
Devil.
So, I think kind of don't have an option here.
You do still have, I don't think the Pale Resolve ever activated because you've all been
Yeah.
dodging. So you will have this Pale damage. But it is
That's
still
fair.
aggravated and you are... Oh no, you have the Sword Sharpened with Tears. You endure Pale damage, unlike the rest of your team.
Well, I endure every type of damage. Yeah.
Yes.
I will go ahead and roll.
Before you
Somehow I
roll.
crit.
Oh,
no, you can
that's
roll.
so mean.
You can roll, actually, because it doesn't matter what you roll. It applies after.
So
I mean, a DC-8 is just...
I think that's rude. First of all.
I think we can share the burden. I think we can share the burden of this pale damage.
The fact that I've done this means sinking already activates. So I take.
No, thinking clears after it's hit 1, so you
Okay,
no longer
we're
have
good.
sinking.
So I don't have sinking. How much would this be doing to me?
This will be doing to you, so that's 3 successes on DC-8, down to 1 success, doesn't matter. You will be taking 2 aggravated pale because of resolve. You are only taking 1 aggravated pale damage.
Which would be a reduction of either your 1 health or willpower box and then 1 egg health or 1 willpower damage, unless you could use Butterfly to toss it to anyone else. Anyone else in the scene. If the DM allows it, Prior is technically in the scene.
You could toss it to Prior.
I think it has a lot of. Oh. Well, thank you, Hecate. I think Miix has. Oof. It's tough. This is tough. I think, for the sake of this, I think Miix will, in fact. Okay. Yeah. No. I'll just.
I would choose what you want to do.
yeah,
Do you want to just take the damage, or do you want to?
I think because pale damage means I have to remove a box. That's annoying. I think Miix will, in fact, they won't use it, but I think the funeral will step in for Miix in this case. So yeah, Luck of the Devil will be at play.
So, Prior, you
Hi.
suddenly feel your body racked with pain. You would be taking, given your ego and being weak to pale damage, that full 2 aggravated, but thanks to Hecate's resolve, you are taking only 1 aggravated pale damage.
Excellent. I'll take that 1 egg to my health and lose a health box.
and a butterfly lands on the crown of thorns. Not that Prior is aware of its presence.
His head bows low, but he keeps his iron grip on the wheel. He fills his mind with thoughts of vengeance and pushes his body past the breaking point.
And as he does so, the last mermaid is about to act when another harpoon is flung. And this mermaid goes flying off the ship. And Miix, we pass to you. There are 3 mermaids that remain.
Oh, Miix is doing rough, but they're still in it. They will shoot at these mermaids.
Absolutely. It is now a DC 6 to hit them.
Poor thing. Alright. Well. Let's see. Oof. First one don't hit. Let's see if the second one hits. Oof. Well, you know, now I have the resource. I'm gonna willpower that.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah, that's
Oh,
plus
looks
5
like it.
damage.
Yes, that is going to be, so that was your first shot. So that is going to be, yes, 5. I believe that was the black damage one.
Yeah.
Plus 5 damage. And,
No, that was the second shot.
oh, that was the second shot.
Yeah, unfortunately.
My
that was the
bad.
second
Okay, so
shot.
that is
Yeah.
only
Oh.
actually doing 3 aggravated black damage.
Hey, you know what? Still plus 2 damage.
Yeah.
Yep. And Miix, we go to Merru's turn. And Merru, there's a nice line there for you.
There is. Am I able to kind of...
You could get
Oh, no,
behind
no,
them.
Well, I could, but then Miix is right there.
Do it. Do
Yeah,
it.
you
Do
can
it.
you can take the -1 penalty.
Do it. Shoot me.
You know how many good rolls I've had? The
Shoot me.
one time I take a
Shoot me.
minus I'm not shooting you. The one time I take a minus penalty is the one time I'm going
You
to
will
mess
make
up
it.
my roll.
You will make it. Shoot me.
I believe in you,
shooting you.
goat.
I believe in you, goat. He's got this.
So it's
We're pouring
minus.
honey on you, goat.
Mm-hmm.
Is it -2?
It would be a -2. Yes, -2.
See, my question is, why did I not just kind of rush it? Well, I guess that would be a different kind of roll, but if I just kind of rushed up to where Miix was and just kind of put them
Oh, I
behind me,
imagine if you were there, you would be in point blank range with one of them, wouldn't you?
Yes, we'll
Yeah,
be taking
yeah,
a different kind
yeah.
of penalty.
Yeah. I think
guess
it's better
I'm-
if you do it this
I
way.
guess I'm explaining it weirdly, but it's fine. I can shoot from here.
Yeah.
Oh, no. If you wanted to get in front of Miix, you would still have to take a penalty to roll.
Hmm.
Because
I think
they
this
would be
makes more
right in front of
sense.
you.
Okay. And what is the DC again?
It is a DC 6.
It's fine. It's fine.
You've got this. You've got this.
Willpower.
I
Oh.
what did I tell you guys? What did I tell you?
That you're goated?
No,
you're
I
good?
said the one time I have to minus my dice is the one time I'm gonna have a bad roll. I said that.
Yeah, you did.
If it makes you feel better, you didn't shoot Miix.
Can I say the mermaid blocked the shot?
Yes, one of the tendrils comes up and blocks the shot. The one from the very closest one to you.
It could have passed through all of them and just not done any damage.
Mm.
They're just that tank.
It could have.
Or it does an amazing shot, somehow shoots past all of them and into Miix.
No.
Oh no.
And As we go to the top of round 4,
Oh god, more are coming, aren't they?
and the waves grow stronger. At this point in time, Prior, you can see that the edge of the lake is near. You only have to hold on a little bit longer.
Okay. Prior screams over the waves and says, "Everyone, hold on!" And as he does, the boat, for lack of a more elegant description, tilts 90 degrees.
These 3 mermaids fall overboard.
So it was being tilted that way?
Yes.
So does that mean Miix and I have to like move?
You both are able, I imagine, because of Prior's warning, to cling onto the ship.
Okay.
You may flavor that however you so wish, but Prior gives you enough time to grab onto something, and then he basically submerges half the boat underwater before somehow managing to wrestle it back from the depths, righting the boat. Water pours across the top of the ship, and you hear the engine sputtering and creaking below deck.
I think. Yeah, I think they're able to just hold on.
And Prior passes the turn.
Absolutely. Kai, what would you like to do? There are 2 mermaids still on the deck.
Yup. Both of them are full health, right?
Yes.
Okay, well,
And they
Kai's
look
gonna...
massive compared to the ones you've seen.
Well, Kai's got a pretty good dice pool for attacking now. So I guess he's gonna do that.
Absolutely. It's a DC 7 to hit this mermaid.
Okie dokie Loki. Speed Desperation, Improvised Gear. You're kidding.
I've been there.
Yeah, you were...
Just crit, you'll be okay.
Okay. No, you're right. Okay, and so what's gonna happen is not a crit. Kai... I'm not gonna say he like slips and...
The deck is slippery. It is
You're
covered
so
in
right.
water.
Half the
Prior
boat
is
just
sloshing
went
the boat.
underwater. Yeah, half the boat just went underwater. Kai lunges towards one of the mermaids to slash into it, and his foot just like slides out from underneath him, and the claw that would have sliced into it instead just slashes through air as he falls onto his hip and goes, "Ow!" before getting back up.
The mermaid,
Really embarrassed.
when you fall, tries to dive on you, and you all hear yells from the boat in the fog as the middle engine sends another harpoon, throwing it and pulling this mermaid away.
We're almost out. We're almost out. Hold fast.
I just saw God.
And this last mermaid, Kai,
Uh-huh.
this mermaid is going to take 2 actions.
Great.
As its maw opens, and this is going to be a DC 7 Dex plus Resolve.
Good luck.
That's just not happening.
I just rolled.
You said DC 7?
DC 7.
You crit with every single dice.
It's not even worth doing desperation die, I don't think. Actually, no, why not? Right?
Go and roll.
Yeah, let's do it.
I can desperation.
I roll
know.
completely
Yep.
no successes several
Oh,
times. I
well.
think you can. Well,
That's not happening.
One success. Kai, you are taking
Uh-huh.
four superficial red damage, which is then halved
Oh, 2.
to 2,
Cool.
and 2 sinking.
Okay.
not bad.
And then you are taking another attack. A DC 8 Dex Resolve.
Okay. I'm not gonna roll
You
desperation.
just have to roll. No, if you roll with desperation, you could get 4 10s and succeed.
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
Don't do that. Great.
Ah, dang it.
3
Well.
successes, DC 8. Kai, you're going to take 4. It is unhalved and your armor does not protect you. 4 superficial red damage. And you are now inflicted with 2 defensive paralysis. You're also taking 2 superficial white damage from sinking, which is halved to 1.
Well,
You said my armor doesn't protect me from the red?
No, because you resist red damage. So that lets you take aggravated damage as superficial damage. And this is not
Okay.
aggravated.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Cool.
And we go to Miix.
well,
Oh wait, I think Kai's sinking also pops.
Oh, yes. I said Kai thinking
Okay.
pops, which would be 2 superficial
That's
white damage,
unfortunate.
but
Up
you're
to 1.
only
Oh, yes.
taking 1
Yeah.
because it is superficial.
Well,
There's 1 target left on the field, Miix.
Miix would have to hit it. So we'll see that happens. That is DC 7.
DC 7 to hit this target.
I'm not hitting this thing. I will shoot twice. It's not hitting. I will roll again. Hasn't hit either.
This creature is impenetrable. As Merru,
Mhm.
we go to your turn.
Right. So, the DC 7?
Yeah, it is.
Or would it be... So, my question about when it's multiple people have attacked it, is it only if multiple people have hit it?
No, it is, and when multiple people have attacked. So
Wait
at
a
this point,
second.
it is now, it's every 2 people, so it is now lowered to DC 6.
Okay. Okay, cool. And I will use my desperation again. Please. Hold on. This is doable. I did it.
There we go. Our
8
goat.
successes, DC 6. This creature is taking 6 aggravated black damage.
Yay. Let's go.
And while that is not enough to kill it, Prior, as the boat is reaching the edge of the lake, and you're gunning it, I imagine you're able with your maneuvers to make this thing go flying off the side.
Maze round 5. I was terrified you were just gonna keep increasing it.
You're terrified I was gonna what?
I was terrified you were just gonna keep increasing the DCs. We reached the edge of the water. Prior sounds the horn in this loud, long, extended sound as he pokes his head out from the side of his little cabin. We've crossed over the border. We escaped the storm.
And you all have a moment to catch your breath.
Is everyone alive? Sound off if you're dead.
I think we all made it.
I'm dead.
Uh,
I'm dead.
feel the same way. I've never seen them get so aggressive.
I didn't know they could be so large and sturdy.
There was something there. Beneath the boat, I'm sure of it.
Yeah,
We just managed to outsail it.
really puts into perspective how brave they were to try and do what they did.
The middle doesn't surrender. You're right.
Rest in peace.
Prior regards Miix with a solemn nod of his head.
You... Oh, please, go ahead.
No. The waters are calm. Kai, you might want to go check on our guests down below. But first, if this map I saw is correct... Merru, what do you see?
What does Merru see? In the map?
Oh, Prior saying they're around where they're supposed to be.
I was like, am I reading the map right now? Okay. Can I check to see, Mr. DM, what in the area Merru might see, potentially?
You can make me a wits awareness check at DC 1 scaling difficulty.
Sure. There's the crit.
There we go.
6
Most aware
successes,
man.
right?
Oh, so we're man.
You see that fellowship that was helping you all out, sailing in a different direction, off, all the people on it cheering with their harpoons. And in the distance, you can see, at first you think you see a port in the distance. But with that crit and the closer you look, you realize that isn't a port, it is a ship. Close to where all of you are. And you can hear the faint sound of dance music coming from that ship.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's a moment where Merru is, I wouldn't say casually, but he's not like super stiff. He's, taking a glance around, and then he catches something with his eye, and just to make sure he's seeing it right, lifts up one part of Justicia so his prosthetic eye can get a better look. And the horns on his head flare once. And he sucks in a breath and goes, I hear, pretty familiar sound from that boat over there. Do you see where I'm looking? And he tries to point out the ship.
I didn't think there was a port out here.
That's not a port.
Oh,
And that's the biggest goddamn ship I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I just want to go fucking home.
Yeah, me too.
We're almost there.
Me three.
Berg seems to have done well for himself. But we didn't come all this way for nothing. I'm in no position to give you all orders, but if you would listen to me, straighten your backs, grit your teeth. One last foe stands between us and getting home to the facility we all crave to get back to. We cannot hesitate. He is a big brother, and if he is anything like how I remember him, he cannot be reasoned with, and he cannot be shown any sympathy. We will play him as best we can. Exploit every weakness we can find. Get the Golden Bough and go home.
Right.
Anybody else want to jump into the lake? Raise your hand.
No, thank
Friar
you.
holds his hand up as he goes back towards the captain's cabin.
Guy?
The last thing we should want to be doing is jumping in the lake.
Guy, please, we just need one more hand and then we'll introduce majority
What?
rules.
Oh my
What are you
god.
talking about?
I'm good on getting my fur wet.
What is the majority rules?
I'll have to tell you about it later.
Okay. Clearly you need to be patched up because you're talking nonsense.
Please.
Yeah, actually, can Kai do that?
Yes. Kai, I will let you. You can make me a healing roll, I imagine, for each person if you'd like. So you can make
Fantastic.
me in Ent medicine. You are all welcome to assist each other. Whoever has dots of medicine. So I believe that is Merru and Prior.
Merru? Yeah.
Yes. So you get
Although-
2 assist dice.
Prior did just say he was headed back to the captain's quarters. I mean, you know.
That's true. There's only Merru,
yeah.
unless
Prior will pop his head out, but his eyes are driving towards that ship in the horizon.
It's okay, I don't need Prior's assist die.
Cool.
No, he'll come down. And I think we're gonna tend to our wounded.
Yeah.
Alright.
yes.
Prior and Merru are helping me with Miix first. Is that the gem?
Yes, I will
And then
say,
I'll... Hmm?
Kai, you will be able to patch everyone up, not fully, but
Yes.
I'll handle the healing after the session. And I think that with you all looking to the horizon, you see that large ship out there waiting for you. You know you all still have a little brother to tend to in the quarters below deck. And the sun is beginning to set over the lake. I think this is where we'll call our session to a close. Thank you all who came out. This was so much fun. We appreciate all of you for being here, for supporting us, and thank you all again for at 1K over on YouTube. It means the world to all of us there.